We'll move them to the front. Can we attach him to that chair?
Yeah, the speaker.
Yeah.
And then the DM stand.
Then it's time for
Then mic you for what. I think it's time to start our program. We are on part 3 of our program for today. Kalibito ke Councillor Jonas Kotsi, ke ward councillor in this respected ward where the event is. I'm also the chief whip of the ruling party, Mafube local municipality. Msebetsi wa ka so amohela empa ka baka la hobane ke mo ke fuwe platform o tsamaisa program ke rata fela just to acknowledge the presence of everybody who is here that has attended this special event. It will deal with the issues of the G20. I think the speakers that are going to come, Batataba Fanaka, the explanation or now why are we here? That is not my duty. Before we start, I request the Deputy Minister and the President and the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs to come and have the seat in front here. Also, can somebody, I think I'll take this chair, put it that side so that the mayor must just sit next to the DM and the speaker will sit in that chair. And also our member of parliament is here, Nomason Tomtaun. Can somebody perhaps assist me in taking one seat from this side and put it there for a member of parliament? The mayor, the speaker, can you come in front? Just join our dignitaries. My apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I will also request the municipal manager, acting MM. I saw acting director corporate, I saw acting CFO here, and I saw also Ntateva Lui and the team from the Home Affairs. They can just come and join us here.
Nzuza. The principal of this school.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start, I'm not sure, but I think it's proper perhaps to open this event with a prayer. I'll request Reverend Mufukeng. I saw him here, if I'm not sure whether I did, but I did, just to open for us this service with a prayer. I think let us invite God. It will be proper for us to do that. Tate Mufukeng.
Our Heavenly Father, we bow our heads before you because you are holy of holiness. We come to you praying for this event to be a successful one. To those who are going to give speech, be with them, guide them so that they can give us information. We ask all this in the name of our mighty Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Without any waste of time, before we go straight to the program, I will call the learners from the school of, starting from Puela, and then Google will follow, just to come and ba etse ntho tsa bona mona ba kgone fela hore ba re etse hore be at ease for the event. Puelano School. shabele matsoho hape. Ha o ntho tse ntle ka nnete batho.
These young lions.
Your time. Action. Diego. Juvenal. Salibanani. Morolong.
Bana ba poelano o tla kena ba kubuletsu ba o qetela. Over to you. Re lebohe bana ba poelano a mmoho le ba sekolo sa Kubulethu ka ro Motswana Mahadi. Ho ya ka nna ka mokgo bana ba presentileng ka teng kapa ba yentse menyabiketso ya bona ka teng. Ke a kgola hore hanyane ba le file picture hore na somehow purpose ya re bo mona ke eng hantle. And ho bohlokwa ka hore re be mona. Ntle le senyo ya nako ke tlo bitsa programong ya rona the school principal Ntate Fanamtlou wa sekolong se re leng sona sa Falesizwe ho tla ka pele ho tlo fana ka mabedi a mararo mme ibe Nzizwa Nkosi from GCIS a itukise le yena immediately ka mora Ntate Fanamtlou a ba santsa pala mapodia. Over to you, sir.
Dumelang bomel bontate Cyril amoetsa ke le bana ba entse ntho tse ntle. Taba ka fela ke hore ha o ka etsala mehlolo wa mehlolo hore o qhome mollo re tswa le mo ha re tswa mo re be se re etsa right re ba ka morao ka mo re kopanela mo ha eba ho ba le emergency but ka baka la hobane ho butswe hantle ka thapelo ya morena re tshepa hore mehlolo ke ka etsa but in the eventuality, yes, if the eventuality does happen, this becomes our exit door. Immediately thereafter, you turn right and then you assemble behind the hall. Secondly, bao ba tla hloka ho sebedisa di restrooms. O tswa fela mo the first block, you turn right. There are two doors at the extreme end. The first door is for the females, the last door for the males. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Program Director. As per the Program Director's indication, my name is Nzuza. I'm from the Department of Government Communication and Information System. Maybe I will start by greeting our principals who are amongst our presence, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. We also have Member of Parliament. We have the District Executive Mayor. We also have senior government officials amongst our midst from the departments which are here, GCIS, Department of Home Affairs, and also we have leaders of society, but importantly we also have the community at large, including the school representatives. I want to greet you in that order, as well as officials who are coming from the respective departments. My item is very small but very important, which speaks around the Protection of Personal Information Act. I think it's commonly known as POPIA Act. I think as we entered into this venue, many of us at the back there, we signed an attendance register which contains some of our information, name, surname, your cell phone number, email address. So this act regulates and governs how we process your information further. Your information also is your image, your picture that is taken. So we need to, by law, request permission for us to process this information departmentally, as well as with other stakeholders. I'm saying so because in the midst we have cameras, as you can see, which are recording this session. We also have photographers, and I've seen a lot of people raise their phones, they're taking pictures, and you don't know this information, where is it going to end up. So we need to first request permission in that sense, but also inform you that as we take these pictures and videos, it's meant for us, firstly, to use from a reporting base perspective, because as we go back to departments, we must report that we're here, and they require evidence. Sometimes it's the pictures, sometimes it's the attendance registers. But from other angles, we also use it for research purposes, where we've interviewed a few people with regards to their sentiment on the presence of the leadership that is here, the program, but also the interventions that government is doing. That information we take and we process it into newsletters. Sometimes you may see it in websites, sometimes you may see it even being flighted in national television. Without having us requested of your permission first, it would be wrong of us according to the law. So we just want to request that permission and inform you that that's our intent and purpose. If you are uncomfortable and you don't consent or agree to this use of your information, you must boldly object. You must say no, and will retract and will not do so. So it's just to inform you that as we take pictures, don't be alarmed. We want to comply at least with this act, and in the main, the information regulator is the one that monitors and regulates how this information is processed. So that was my short input into the item of POPIA Act, having to request that we please ask for your permission to use and process this information in accordance to how I've spoken to it. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fanamtu, the principal, on those issues of safety. And then thank you very much, Dr. Nzuza, Nkosi, on the issues that the POPIA Act. Without any waste of time in our program, we have to sing the national anthem before we can request or ask the mayor to come and welcome us here in this event. So can you all stand? Normally one day and then we all sing together the national anthem. Can we have one person that will start our national anthem, whether it's a she or it's a he, because we are in democracy and everything is 50-50. Thank you very much. I think there's one thing about us that we need to learn more and practice more. It's by singing the national anthem proper. But anyway, thank you very much for us singing the national anthem. Without any waste of time, we'll call the mayor of Mafube local municipality, Councillor Twaru Training, to come and do the honors of opening and welcome. Mayor.
Ke leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi. Ke qala ka ho dumedisa batswadi le kae. A kere re utlwa Sesotho kaofela. A ke batla ho sebedisa sekgowa re tla se kenya mola le mola ke bue Sesotho. Ka lebitso ke nna Twaru Motshweneng, ska motsamaiso wa mosebetsi wa rona sa hlalositse. Ke nna majoro wa Mafube. So ke ala amohela mo masepaleng wa rona wa Mafube. Ke rata lo amohela baeti ba rona ka je ko re na le baeti ba bohlokwa haholo ba teng. Re na le baeti ba rona ho tswa parlamenteng ba tlotla ba buisana le rona. Ska se le utlwile bana ne ntse ba hlalosa hore hanyane ba fana ka idea ho tlo bua ka eng. Baeti ba rona ba teng ka je ko ba tlo bua le rona re le community ya Mafube ka tsona ditaba tseo bana ba rona ne ba bua ka tsona. So seo se bontsha gore le matitšhere a rona a ba ruta hantle sekolong a ba sa tshwana le rona re tsebile sekgowa se re le grade 10 and ne ke rutwa ke yena ntate Mokwena ntate Ntombela le principal sekgowa ra se tseba lata mara he ke mo ka jeko re fihlile so batswadi ha le sheba agenda e ba le neileng yona program mo e o bontsha rona le dibui tsa rona tse tlang di buisana le lona and ha ba buisana le lona re tlo kopa hore le ba mamele ka hloko hobane ho tse dintsa dintho tse ba tlo bua ka tsona ke dintho tse leng hore di tlo tla di re tswela molemo re le masepala wa Mafube ke dintho tse le hore di tlo tla di tswela molemo o le moahi wa Mafube di tswele le masepala molemo event e re leng ho yona ya G20 ska ha re buisana le lona hona le me leng hore ba bang ba lona ka tse ding tsa dintho tse le tlo tla le di thola mo le ka etsa positive contribution in the economy ya South Africa au participate fela economy ya Mafube kapa ya Free State but ba economy ya South Africa as a whole so re tshepa hore re tlo mamelang ka ke le hloko e kgolo batswadi ho ya ka mo le shebileng agenda ka teng mara hape ke lebohele boteng ba lona je ka community ya Mafube hore le nkile nako ya lona la tla kwano le tlo tla le participate ho event ena e tshwereng ka je mo Frankfurt so ka se re a leboha ho lo re le tlile and re tshepa ka hore ka hona hore re tlo tla re sebedisana mo re mamelana hore dibui tsa rona di tla be di re so that le wena o kgona ho participate hobane ha o sheba program e hona le bana mona le dipotso le dikarabo o ka se kgone ho botsa if e le hore ha ya kgona ho mamela tseneng se bua a re batla ho bana le deviation ba re focus ho seo e leng hore re stletse ka jeko so ne ke le kgothaletsa fela batswadi le participate ka mantswe ya wa ka participation ya lona e bohlokwa haholo because it's not making any sense to have our distinguished guests balletting, but at the end of the day they are presenting. After the presentation no one is participating. We must participate as the community ya Mafube to show that these things and ideas affect as much as our municipality Elinyana. These things are not affecting Joburg, Pretoria, or Durban, but the G20 they are our community ya Mafube. So kama nzwe ao ha ke tlo khutlisetsa ho motsamaisi wa rona wa mosebetsi hanyane ke le hlalosetsa ona le ha re le counseling ke motharatang hore a dule ntsa lahlela every chance I thola ntlamile lahlela mabedi ya mararo so ka le hlono le ba bintse program director o tla khona hore kamera se buise se le seng a nna lahlele jwang o banane ba mo beile mo la lo participate na tlo re disturb ba batle go bua molebe so councillor Kozi chief whip o beile hantle out is 2 years in the way kana out is in the way manga so jalo o swere he ke yena tla ba tsamaisa program re tlo go para ma medicine re tsebisane hantle ha mmoho le yena re mamele di guests tsa rona di buisana le rona official tsa rona tse teng tsa masepala le tsa our various departments boteng ba lona re a lebohela le re le participate le makhanselara rona a Mafube a tlileng re lebohela ha le teng mona participation ya lona le yona e kgolo haholo because you can never lead a community in terms of information. The community is leading you, but you are saying you are a leader of the community. You must lead the community, but we are not saying you must lead in everything. La official greke mo councilor you want to lead greke mo ruti mo tla leader so le mona ona le program director ki yana leader program kama ntse ya ona gre le amoheleile batswadi ba le amoheleile our deputy ministers. You are most welcome in our municipality. This is the most caring community, but at some point one might feel that they are hostile, but it's because of the challenges that we are facing. But let la utlwa hantle ho engage chief whip mtsamaisi wa mosebetsi ke lebohile.
No, thank you very much, Mayor, for that warm welcome. Bomel bontate ke nana re ka phuthuloha he jwale dintja tsa rona re di tlamme le ka qhanolla la etsa tsohle tse le nana hore mohlomong di molemo for this event e loreng re tlile ho yona tsatsing la kajeno. In our program, we have the introduction of guests and other stakeholders. I think just to save time, what I will do is to request the following. Just to quickly stand up so that at least I will start first ka baeti ba rona. I think I'll start from the GCIS. Can batho ba GCIS ba teng kwano just to stand up re ba bone. Correctional services, can you stand up so that you can be seen? The National Prosecuting Agency, NPA. The Home Affairs. Can we have the Mafube local municipality officials in general? Other stakeholders which are here, I think I'll request, I see the head of schools from other schools inside Mafube. Can they just stand? The principals, teachers, everybody from any school around. Ministers Association, I see Reverend Mzolo is here with the team of Baruti Babang from other churches, the Department of Health in general, Department of Health in general, officials from the Department of Home Affairs led by the Deputy Minister, Kananto Program Director again. Well, the problem you lead the program and we lead her from the side, and it doesn't work like that. I get what feel a program. But pardon me, the Department of what you call, or the South African Police Services, and if you look in my former conversation that I have, you had to deliver to the cons. My apologies, but I'm the program director. Other stakeholders that are here, I'm not sure, but Ke tlo kopa fela je ha o ema, just say where you come from if you are not being recognized. Because I don't have a list with me, unfortunately. As a program director, ke wotle fela ka hloye ntsofe. Other stakeholders that are here, just stand up and from the national or ESCOM. Okay, welcome ESCOM. Thank you very much. Okay, Sports and Agriculture, welcome. NYDA, you are welcome. Okay, thank you very much, Office of the Premier. Sports and Agriculture, you are welcome. Come again? Okay. President David District Municipality. Okay, thank you very much. Provincial Health. I'll make you go on that. But we are welcomed. Okay, from the Royal House. Come again. Okay, Community Works Program, we are welcomed. Abaruti ba ema a o shapa matso feta wa re ke le diphuthego tsa baruti ba fapane la la ema Taiba man from President District Municipality Halim Chapel matso. By the way, he's a former lead ESCO rep anal mafube le na za matlo beila mafube time o ya tsela ke bua ka ma har amoheleng le batho bohle ba teng kwano ba ile reng ke karolo ya setjhaba se tleng kwano go tswa dikarolong tsa go fapana tsa community, different stakeholders from our own communities, those who did not introduce themselves or ba ile reng they never stand up ba ipulela rona ke boma empa ne grata hore ke la amohelo ka go fela lona as the program director, la resamationa mabitso a lona. Empa ka sekgowa ngata all protocol observed to yourself. Ha re ba shapeleng matsoho. I see Councillor Action Sotis. He's the only councillor that is here. Or Councillor Mwadi from Ward 7, Councillor Sotis from Ward 2. Can you two stand up so that the community can see you all the day? Councillors. And then we have in our midst the Speaker of local municipality, the Mafube local municipality, can you stand up? Again, the mayor, stand up. Group Zalanfa platform, Ratao Sevit Sama. Welcome, Mayor. In our midst, we have Menoma Sontom Taun from our parliament nationally. Can you stand up just to greet the audience? Last before least, the team from both offices of the Deputy Deputy Minister in the Office of the President, and also the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Can you stand up? Lastly, members of the media, can you stand up? Since GCIS, it's on information and communication. GCIS. Abeko or Bako. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that introduction of guests and stakeholders, and also I was just trying to break their ice and make sure that everybody who honor Kanulle, Kamra or Majoro, Afaneka, the welcome speeches. Without any waste of time, I will call upon Ndade William Baloi, the Chief Director from the side of GCIS on media stakeholder engagement, Atrofanaga, the overview of the G20 and the purpose of today's event or today's gathering. Ndade Baloi, platform is yours. Adam Chabere.
E really nna ke go lebohe motsamaisi wa mosebetsi e le ena Chief Whip Councillor Kotsi. Ke boe hape ke lebohe, ke batla go leboha councillor ke filwe metsotso e 10 yaanong ne ke re neng ke sebedise ho dumedisa ene ke tle ke tsamaye ka 15 ka hore ya ka he o boletse ke baloi sfane same mara ha ke na le ke le nosi ne tshwantse ke be moloi he re kopana re ba baloi mara yaanong ke moloi ka baka la gore ke tswa Limpopo ke motlhobola ba reng ke Matsonga Machangane motsamaisi wa mmereka he re dumedisa re tsea nako le kokwa ka he o mo dumedisa o mo rekela 30 o reka ya o dumedisa fela o tshwantse o mo rekele airtime ya 100 rand ya o dumedisa fela ene re tsea nako re ai lo se e ba di dimala ba kwe aka e ba are ifukile malong go diatla ya mbe nna ne ke re ke tsena nako ye ke khona o dumedisa mara pele ke batlo leboha Speaker, we have observed the protocols. I get say, Erike lebohe baruta bana. Kopela ba papatele matsogo matse. Hantse ba bua le majoro a bua re ra feta go tlasa ntate Ntombela. Ngwanola wa Chabalala a supa tichere a ira. Eno ka ra nke le bella tiro e kholo e ma tichere a ira. La itso re tsotsi e feta mo ma tichere. President o feta mo matitjhere ne go utlweletse re speaker ntsa introduce batho a re ba ke ba NPA hape ba leke ba ba uisa ntrongo mba ha ba re trongo ba rabane a ba boa hape a re hona le ba correctional services ke ba irang tshotshoro ba o tlhatlhetse regreg ke ba e ba thoma re hona le ba bamba home affairs ke ba dipasa ba irang tshotshoro ba tshwere motho wa nnete ka mona la tswa batho ba botlhe ba ba feta Matsonga ma amatitse le presidente o fitile mo. But also I want to thank the teachers of the school motla sa boeta pele ba remoto ka sekgowa ba re you are addressed the way you are dressed ba re you are addressed the way you are dressed ka mokgwa apereng ka teng ke ka mokgwa le rena re tlo buang le wena ka ha ke tsena re tsena mo sekolong mo and then re tsamaya the whole of the country. The school shows all this order here. Firstly, the school is clean. Bona ka moleng ka boteng bona ka ha hona mo mafestera thubeileng ho ira and it's our own school. So why re sa tshwana le bo a re le bohema batho ya le bo ne ke sa re ke a maketa. My name is William Baloyi from GCIS, Elori Government Communication and Information System. Our duty is to make sure that we inform the communities, we educate the communities, but we also listen to the communities. We also record the Lotse community in the Risa, Raditsai, Akabatu Supakam. Redise right of Italian local president. Yano Harry Mokaji, Lon, Relo recorder can't. Eberi president, but I Bakor Kanguti, Frankfurt, Barbona, Mokanya G20, Kansa Walashit. But Yano Tabafela, what is G20? And again, Kalosa. G20. La one about G20, Bakwala G20, Molamar Ali Twaroria. South African culture, DMs, Mayor, Honorable Chief Whips, Speaker, City Manager. Our culture, South Africans, Reabeha. How no bonaselo sira la South Africa, Osabi Helabatu. So that is the purpose why we are here. We are coming, what is happening. November 8, 22, 23, 21, 22, we are going to host a very big international event. That event is going to bring to South Africa 19 heads of states and leaders of government. So the big countries according to the economy. 19 of them will be here. But if you are saying 19, why do you say G20? What about 20? The European Union. Baba Melang, the EU. Banaba Hanne Balimu. African Union. So African Union, it's the union organization that represents all the countries in our continent. Our continent by is Africa. Right we are at the southern tip ya Africa. We are at the southern tip of the continent. So the continent of Africa is Simulakobo Egypt, Simulakobo Algeria, Kobo Djibouti, it comes Kobo Sudan, Italy, Sudan, later but South Africa is involved until at the southern tip. Of the continent. The continent of Africa is made up of 54 countries that are recognized by the United Nations. So in all those countries, the 54 in Africa, only one country has been representing the continent very strongly. One, I think you are aware by now, for South Africa is the only country that took Israel to the international court. We took Israel to the international court. Why? Because we said what you are doing in Palestine is not correct. You are killing people. Why? Because we have that experience in South Africa. So that's why here, South Africa, our theme for hosting G20, we said our theme should be solidarity. We said our theme should be equality and also sustainability. When we say equality, it's also out of our experience. For certain things we were not qualifying for them before 1994. Are you sure what you're talking about? When we tell our kids, during that time, apartheid, You were not even allowed to do certain subjects at school. You are not allowed to do welding, for example. You are not allowed to do even electrician. So they think no. So that's why we spoke about equality as one of the requirements. But we are speaking on behalf of the continent. The whole of African continent was colonized. That's why the continent is divided into three. We have Anglophone, those countries that were colonized by Britain. That's why most South Africa are English. We were colonies of Britain. Two, we have what we call the Lusophones. The Lusophones are the countries that were colonized by the Portuguese. You talk about Angola, you talk about Mozambique, Babylon's Portuguese. And then we have also the Francophone countries. Those are countries that were colonized by France. Congo, Belgium, French. So Africa has never been independent except Ethiopia was the only country that was not colonized. Not to say they didn't try. The Italians tried, but the Ethiopians fought. So, South Africa, we want equality. We are speaking on behalf of all the countries that were colonized. To say, give them, the owners of that land, give them equal shares, as you were doing, just like Rwanda. That's why we have townships, one entrance. Many people don't know. But when you go to a township, there was only one entrance. It's an why? So that they control you, they close you. So those are things that we should know as our history. And that's why now South Africa is the only country in Africa that is the very first to host this G20. All the leaders of the 19 countries will be here, including the EU. So we are going to host people. And the question is, how is it going to benefit us? Since December, when we took over the presidency from Brazil, very big country, with Harriet as South Africa, we have been having technical meetings and ministerial meetings. Those technical meetings, we are exposing all the participating countries to our country. We say we have Free State, we have Mpumalanga, and then we were telling them, go Free State, what is it that you'll get? It's a mostly farming area, and so forth and so on. When we speak about Mpumalanga, tourism and so forth, so that the investors, big companies, will start visiting our areas to see how can they invest. That's why I was so happy with even an investor, if he comes, he'll see it is worth it. There are certain good things that we're doing. So I know, DM, that South Africans mostly, we don't appreciate what we have in a very short space of time. When we took the presidency at G20 from Brazil, I was so surprised. There are certain areas they call them favelas. You don't go get there. Leamako intense, whoever you are, they speak to the drug lord, the leader of the gang. Permission or permission or you'll get water or you won't get water. Permission or that area it can never deliver whatever. That's not what's happening in South Africa. In South Africa, we are free. Yes, we still have challenges, but better off where you are, all of you. Where is your IT? So those are the freedoms that we have. That's why, as South Africa, we are also making sure that we defend other countries to say we don't want you to go through what we went through. Yes, we have our challenges of service delivery, and many people don't know why. The apartheid government was taking care of less than 16 million people, less than 16, 3, 4, 5, 6 million. That's why they were having everything. But let's talk about this government. We are talking about more than 60 million people. And then what you want to realize, but from South Africa, yeah, why is it more? But check. People from the north, they see all the opportunities and the good things in our country. That's why the movement in the continent. How about South Africa? No. Liba banyalwa Nigeria ba hana o ya bohaji. Ho ba butsisa ka o kreile ko Nigeria le reng le sa o ya bohaji o kotia ba ha. Because there are good things that are happening here. Many people are flocking to this country. Why? Because there are opportunities, there are certain things that we are doing right, and also the most important thing is freedom. Something that we normally don't appreciate. So in all the African countries, we are the only country and the first one that is going to host the G20. All the major economic countries will be here, including America. It will be represented by Deputy President Vance. I'm talking about all the countries you can think of. So, South Africa, so that is the purpose of the G20. But the question is, what is happening at G20? The leaders of the world look at the world and the challenges facing the world to say there are challenges that are facing the world. How do we resolve it? That's why sustainability of whatever, clean energy and so on. Let me give you an example of what the European Union approached us to say there is a problem of pollution, but to banalo feta like malwetsi a pollution ya momoyeng. Why don't you change your coal mines and then develop clean energy? That is what we are engaged with. To say, as much as we produce coal, how do we make it sure that that steam doesn't kill our people? Free State, you know the stories of your asbestos and so forth. So those are some of the issues that we look at that international. So South Africa is not a small boy. We even participate in international forums. And that is what makes us to be what we are as South Africans. That's why even now, we come Rabia. We are the only country in the continent that hosted the most important event in the history of the world, which is the World Soccer. Soccer is a game of billions. That's why even in the Free State you have a stadium that hosted that. Free State is known for its passion in soccer. Go and check if there was any other country in the continent that hosted 2010. Never. And I don't think there will be any in the near future. So it shows the uniqueness of us as South Africans. But that doesn't mean we don't have our challenges. The good thing about South Africa is that when we have our challenges, we confront them head on. You'll never hear about another countries intervening in South Africa to resolve it. People fight about corruption. Yes, we know. But who's corrupting who? Kiruna, South Africa. That's why I don't know about the Madlanga Commission. So those are the things that makes us as South Africans to be unique. And don't keep quiet. Don't keep quiet. I mean, look, you go to clinics, we were very shocked. Can't the people are involved, but we spoke out and we participated in that. That's why we were able to have witnesses who are saying, lifestyle audit. So that calls for us as South Africans to say, guys, any problem is our problem. Let us see how we resolve that problem. What we should not do, guys, re le re ang nkulunkulu wa mozanthusa barutishi ba baitse baruti ba itse ba tla go botsa gore le he o rapele mara o ra modimo re nthuse o ithusa le wena ke o ka se no robala wa re modimo nna nkwisetse dikgomo tse 7 a o tsa tsamaya modimo a di fetse wena, you know. But we pray and baruti ke a leboga because ha re felela la bofelo ke lena le re feleletsang wa bona baruti are very important. Matishera ba produce baruti ke signboard ha ke tloa mo ke nyakwa Limpopo o e kry-a mola e re Polokwane ke moruti wa o bontsha ronya kwa Polokwane o ya kwa a bile ke 240 kilometers o ska ema mola wa re mara yona boto e wa e sa ikwa na ke no ke moruti o ska re wa e mara moruti ena asa moruti o bontsha tsela ase wena o irang wa ikethela ke. So that is the beauty of South Africa. The MC was introducing different role players. That's how we build our democracy in South Africa. So we are going to start on the 19th DM, 18th, 19th. We have what we call a civil society dialogue in South Africa. Civil society is an ordinary person in South Africa. So on the 18th and 19th, civil society is going to meet. There will be a Birchwood in Benoni to present also to say this is what we are going to give to the leaders of the world. Or South Africa. So now, what DMA battle civil society yamo mafu. Kore le lona le skare le lebeletse mo TV le bona di president tse ntse di fitla le sa itse re tsala le khona le re le rena re ba roommates. That's why this is called a dialogue. We are going to listen to you. We record to say Rona as South Africans, but in the bigger scheme of things. This is what we say as South Africans. Hakehani, we have our own problems. There are processes of addressing other problems. Hona problem ya metsi ya ditse. Majoro he a tshwara di kopa ke mo re dintsha. So that don't cry at the wrong funeral. I mean, o ka se late president wa America ha fitla fela wa yo nna bile ke tlolla president ka ha ba lokela hampu ko mafuber what where is what tseo ke dio tsa rona tsa mo hae or guys tsela e so ayetse so. But at the same time we belong to the community of nations. Hence we have said our theme will be solidarity, our theme will be equality, and also sustainability. Sustainable. So that is the purpose of us here. And the beauty about South Africans is that we choose our own leaders. That's why leaders are known in South Africa. Because I'm okay. And unna among the people. I was happy to hear the chief saying, and our own member of parliament. In other countries, they don't even know who's the member of parliament. As I'm speaking to you now, dear, another country that I won't mention is Benin. The president is 93. He's not staying even in that country. He's staying in Italy. But not in South Africa. All our leaders are here. The DM Morolong is the deputy minister right in the office of the president. Right in the office of the president. So what you are saying reaches exactly into the office of the president. DM Njabu, he is responsible for issues of home affairs. The problems that we normally meet of an international nature is here. He is there. How to make complain and DM Jabular as government? Who will be passed in charity or whatever the cracker? Abla no hosle ho ya go skolong DM o kra ngwana ba o ke Thabo Mahomet or ye Thabo Mahomet wa di jora na di tsamaelana ka rena ri tse go Thabo Mokoni bo mara ho checka Mahomet o na le pass aba o kra le ile wrong I feel ke man in her fetsa complain re ha re kri di services re lebetse re rena re tse re dio tsela tse tshwantse re di kre re di fa boma my friend o bo kra le hebo ba home affairs ba tsena ba re are re check di pampiri ile rena re lwana re shemba iranga ngwana batho ora mina motho a ka tloa Pakistan a no ba ngwana batho a tlo lenda lena le tshabe batho. So that is what we should know as South Africans. So guys, this is our freedom. Let us make sure that in the community of nations we play our role as South Africa, and then we know what is happening. So we are going to take advantage also, this dialogue, to listen to what South Africans are going to say. Why? Because President Ramaphosa, when he accepted the presidency of the G20, he said in South Africa it's going to be different. It's going to be people's G20. We are going to take it right to your ordinary people on the floor. It's not going to be of parliamentarians there, up there. No. We are going to go to people who say, hey, we are meeting guys from the president of Brazil. We are meeting the president of India. We are meeting the president. What should we say to them? So President Ramaphosa said, as the South African government since 2024, in December, we're going down on the ground. We've been meeting people. This meeting, DM, I was checking, it's number 135 meeting. Since we started, going to communities, 135, to listen to them, to say, what do you think? And then we put that into the technical committees. So this is an opportunity that I think we will participate in, but also to make sure that we create a platform of getting investment into our thing. And a dialogue is a two-way communication. South Africa, we always do, is a two-way communication. Not in South Africa. They even also tell you so that you know what they do. So I'm taking this opportunity to say, let us use this so that when we go to the social summit of the G20, we know also what were the issues that they raised, and then so that we can take them on. So on that note, let me thank you, Motsamaiso wa Mosebetsi. Ke re ke ka mo re mone re tlo beha rena ra beha ra lebehela rena le G20 ba haetso a re bueng ka lebonda.
No, thank you very much, Ntate Baloyi, for giving us the overview of the G20 and the purpose of today's gathering. Ke batle ke tsa phoso antse ke mahlaka tsa manza tsa mamo ke bona ina ba minister na le the former member of parliament Ntate Ntombela. Can you just stand up so that Amwele ke gola re utlwile what is the purpose of today's gathering, and the way Ntate Baloyi a hlalositseng in terms of the issues of G20, and I think that follows with what the learners from Kwelam and Guguletu has just presented before us in terms of the three issues that Ntate Baloyi has just alluded to: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And it shows that these children, as much as they are young, they have information in terms of what is the meaning of the G20, which is coming in South Africa, that will be hosted on the 1st of December 2025. And I think, furthermore, it is important for us to understand the dynamics around the whole issue of G20 and the importance here there. Reiterating from what Ntate Baloyi has said, I think we touched on a few issues to say, as much as we have problems as a country, as much as we have problems as municipalities, but furthermore, it is an opportunity for this country on those issues that we spoke about. Because particularly the relations between us as a country and other countries outside there. And I think it's important for us to understand those dynamics so that we must be able to contribute whatever session whereby we'll be asking questions from our dignitaries. It will be important for us to understand on the level of what is going to happen in our country. We start to check where does our economy lies, so that whatever contribution that we do, the complaining session, but we must play what we call the contribution session, whereby at least refer our dignitaries mufao or when they engage with other stakeholders, especially countries from outside South Africa. They are able to at least represent us well, because we'll be having many countries that are coming to South Africa. Your Argentina, your France, Australia, Brazil, and others, also other African countries that will be invited to come in part of that particular summit. So I think it's important for us to understand those dynamics. So without any waste of time, thank you anyway, Ntateba Louis, for giving us the purpose of today's what you call sitting. I will therefore call Mr. Maxwell Maloka to come and from Correctional Services to come and give us on the setting scene of discussions.
Ke le boem tsamaiso mosebetsi ke le bo le tlatla matsholo le badimo ba rona ba re tsosetsa tsela ka shona ke rata ho dumedisa our special guests, our honorable Deputy Minister Mr. Kenny Morolong from the President, Honorable Mr. Morolong and Nzuza, Deputy Minister from Home Affairs, and then Honorable MP Aona Yala Haimonening Amohela Me Nomasonto Mutaum from the Portfolio Committee of Justice, and then our former MP as introduced currently, our Honorable Ntate Ntombela, Major Waona wa Mafube Local Municipality Ntate Tshwaremtshweneng, Fezile Dabi District entourage, the principal tsa rona tse teng kwa le management tsa teng, matitjhere, baithuti, the stakeholders, the government departments, media, civil society, community-based organization, le baetapele ba leng teng kwana. Haholoholo member tsa rona tsa community, the all citizens tsa rona tse re dutse plateng mane ke bona ke dutse pla mmema mtlong ke le wa holo mmema mtlong ha ntse le tshetsa government ya rona le na le confidence ho government ya rona. All protocol observed. Ke rata ka ho kala ka hore motsamaiso mosebetsi o sang introduce ke nna Maxwell Maloka ke hloya Chankane mane Frankfurt Correctional Center. Mosebetsi wa ka ko ho tlo fanaka discussion points tse le reng di tlo forma part ya di dialogue tsa rona le di engagements in this occasion. But before I go to that extent of introducing the discussion points, I think it's important we should take note of the basic principle of our education system is reaching its objective. Because one of the basic principles of our education system in South Africa says success breeds success. We have just seen and witnessed our children here reflecting on G20. Wabona, they've got a clear understanding of where our country is going, and most importantly, the globe, the direction that we are taking as the global countries. And then one other important factor that we also need to take into cognizance is the strategic document, the people shall govern. This is one of the occasions, glittering occasions, where we are ensuring that the people shall govern is not just a theory, but it's a practice. So in the history of G20, in some years to come,
Frankfurt will also be forming part of that particular history by being one of the townships tailoring the 135 sitting G20 engagements and consultations. Frankfurt will be part of it. We want to thank everybody who came here and ensured that this occasion becomes a success. We will focus on 3 key issues for discussion purposes. And then the first one, the dialogue topic is balancing the rights and responsibilities, open courts, prosecutorial perspective on peaceful protest in a democratic South Africa. Bahaeso, releva ahiba South Africa, re na le bukena na bitswang the Constitution of South Africa. E le hore malapa rona a haella. Re tlamehile re etse bonnete ba hore this book, it becomes the second Bible in our families, because ha re ka tlo sheba ditokelo ka hara malapa rona di batla di senyehile bana batho ha ba di utlwisise hore di sebediswa ka tsela e jwang. Ha hona tokelo e tsamayang fela e sena responsibility ya teng. So NPA will address the issues surrounding the human rights as contained in our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2. And then we also have the second dialogue topic, SEDFA, Inclusive Economic Growth and Sustainable Business Development. From the perspective here, country, economy is one of the apex issues. Economy is one of the apex issues. You move to Africa, economy is still number 1. You go to BRICS, BRICS alone is part of our G20, economy is number 1. You go to the G20, economy is still the apex. So it shows you how important is economy in our lifetime. So we are collaborating as countries developed and developing to ensure that our economic systems are strengthened and they are talking to the socio-economic challenges that we are facing as different countries in G20. And the last topic, Program Director, is the global citizenship. It is as follows: open quotes, harnessing and encouraging migration for development, close quotes. As we are moving, ladies and gentlemen, global, the fourth industrial revolution. From migration area or digital. Artificial intelligence. So in total the whole globe is talking to those evolving global issues. So this particular issue in terms of the reflection of our program, it is not well reflected, but I think Department of Home Affairs so my task, ladies and gentlemen, was just to introduce those discussions so that as and when we engage after the presentations, we engage with full knowledge of what has been presented. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ntate Maloka, for outlining and setting the scene for discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, in our program, we have dialogue topics tailoring Ntate Maloka has just outlined. What is going to happen is that instead of having dialogue topics, we'll be having presentations by the speakers that you see in the program. And then after that, our dignitaries will be dealing with questions and answers, so that affect us, so that we must be able to at least deal with all issues that need to be dealt with. I think our speakers are just going to present on topics, and then for us just to perhaps note and grab issues that that we feel that we need to get clarity and questions on, and then thereafter you'll be given that opportunity on raising questions, and then our dignitaries will be responsible in terms of giving us those answers, especially on the closing remarks. I think that's how we are going to perhaps move in this program. So, without any waste of time, I will therefore call the first speaker from Thuthuzela Care Center Manager from the National Prosecuting Agency. Our speaker, it will be Advocate Mafusi Mapepa Lekeka, if I'm correct. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. The Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Member of Parliament, Portfolio Committee on Justice, all protocol observed. Selin Tibisizwe, I'm Advocate Mafusi Lekeka. I'm a state advocate. I'm based at Sasolburg Magistrate Court. I'm attached to a unit called SOCA Unit, Sexual Offences and Community Affairs, in the NPA, not the agency program director. We are the National Prosecuting Authority of South Africa, not the agency. So my task was to talk about rights, balancing of rights in a prosecutorial perspective. I don't have a perspective because in the NPA we administer justice. So we carry out the law, reapply a law. So I can have perspective. If it was share perspective, it will be my perspective, not the other NPA. So standing here, I'm standing on behalf of the NPA. So, as I said, attached to SOCA Unity, I'm a state advocate, I'm a sexual offences advocate, basically. Because I sebetsa sexual offences cases all the way. So my task is to make sure that the victim, as the case is opened, the victim is receiving all the services, and then court as empowered, and then prosecution takes place. So with me, I have the VAO, which is our Victim Assistant Officer at the Thuthuzela Care Center. I'll give a brief background of what is Thuthuzela Care Center. Mikey Kupawa M. Ausmaki is our Victim Assistant Officer at Sasolburg Thuthuzela Care Center. And then that is where, when the case is reported at the police station, the victim is taken to the Thuthuzela Care Center, and then she takes care of the victim from there. And then from Ausmaki, the victim will go to court. And then at the court, I have my CPO, which is Court Preparation Officer. Austembi, stand up, please. She makes sure that the victim is ready to give a testimony in court. She prepares the victim for her day in court. So this is our support staff. In terms of the Constitution, We have the rights of the accused in section 35 of the Constitution. They are outlined. But unfortunately, we don't have the rights of the victim and outlined in the Constitution. And I am so happy that we now have the bill that is in process right now, which is the Victim Service Support Bill that is coming through, where the victim's rights are going to be outlined. So le rona di victim tsa rona di tletsang di tlo kgona ho exercise di rights tsa bona ke re accused ha fitla court or rather ha tata o arrest ne maponesa ha mo arresta ba etsang, they explain his rights again. Ba mo jwetsa you have a right to remain silent, you have a right to a legal representative. If you cannot afford one, the state will provide one for you again. And then ha fitla court una le di rights tse ding hape tsa di explainelang ke mang, ke the magistrate. You have a right to apply for bail again. And then where is the victim at that time? Ha re tsebe again. She's lost somewhere in the system. What are we doing? We are waiting for her. Ha date ya trial se setue hore etseng atle a go testify at court again. Who's been taking care of the victim? And the accused will further have rights during trial. He wants a fair trial. The prosecutor is not being fair, or the magistrate is not being fair, or the attorney that is representing him is not being fair. So he has all these rights. Again, and they are enshrined in what? In our Constitution. And which is good, because the thought behind it, we know very well where it's coming from again. It's our history. But along the way, we forgot that because there are, it's a fact, in our societies there are criminals, again. Then we forgot the laws that can protect what? The victim. So that is why in the NPA we have all the services. Currently we have 65 Tutuzela care centers in the country. So Sasolburg was fortunate to have one. The Free State is the province. So in the Free State we have 4 Tutuzela care centers and one that is just been added now in Kutadicharo. We have one in Sasolburg. We have one in Velkom, we have one in Bethlehem, and then we have one in Bloemfontein, and now the newly established one is in Putadichara. So these Tutuzela care centers are the one-stop services. The idea was they should operate 24/7. If the victim walks into the Tutuzela care center, there should be a police officer there that is able to take down the statement. But ideally, it's ideally, right? But it's not practical because we know we are operating with limited resources. So what happens is that the victim will go to the police station, report the case, and then after that, the victim will be taken by the police to the Tutuzela care center, and the staff at the Tutuzela care center takes the victim through the process, medical examination, psychosocial services, and all that. And after that, the victim will now go to court where the CPO is there to prepare her to be what? To be ready for court. Because the main goal for us is that we reduce secondary victimization. So, how do we balance this right? I said that the accused has got all the rights. So currently we have nothing that we offer the victim except for the services. They are not enough. Because our people still walk distances to the court to access that particular service again. So then maybe something should be done with that. Okay, right now the justice system has come up with, I think it's a solution to say, or at least the virtual system, which is working. Moiloring victim, for example, ha adula let's say case etsahetse mona na Mafube akere, and then victim ya rona e ne le motjhaki wa Mafube after a report a case a batsa mohlomong a khutlela hae o tswa kae Bloemfontein o thola hore hana tšhelete ya hotla every time ha tlameha a tlo testify court. So renale the virtual system mo she can testify through the magistrate court kae go Bloemfontein. So we have the system that is linking with the Bloemfontein, and then we can be able to see her ha re le mona Mafube akere. So le bidi la justice it's a good service, but internally the challenges because we know the other areas. It was supposed to start. Mar victim ya rona e le sukisiki. Lu sukisiki ha hona di Wi-Fi services. Ho santsana ho le moraonya wa bona. So it means that the next time when the case is coming through, mo tletsahalang re tlo tlameha hore le ponesa le lo lata victim lu sikisiki e tlo testify, which is emotional stress on the victim, because now she wants to be heard in court. So she has to travel from where? From Lusikisiki to come to Sasolburg and to testify. So currently, the Sexual Offences Act, it outlines the rights of the victim after the case has been opened. When she comes to court, a victim can choose to testify in a private room where we have a CCTV camera where the court can access her, but she cannot see inside the court. Because we know in most GBVF cases, the perpetrator is known to the victim. And hangata ha victim e testifier, kapela accused or they are related, she is not going to be able to be a good witness. Because Hansa Musheba, either way emotionally, kapa she shuts down because of the fear. What happens after all this? So, only protection in terms of our Sexual Offences Act, she can ask the court to testify through a CCTV camera. And then our children in Lebanon, they have protection in terms of the law for about testify in a CCTV camera where there is a person, we call an intermediary, that is appointed to assist the victim. And then Renali, what we call the victim impact statement. Victim impact statement is when the case is finalized. Kimole mo victim ya rona if when an opportunity ya hore a etse statement to tell the court hore na handle the crime ena e mo etseditse kitaren trauma efeng. I get mo loreng o khona ho jotsa court, because I can remember how the trial is finished. When the trial is finished, Rena le pattern ne mo loreng accused of where an opportunity ya hore a etseng a jotse le khotla hore na why le khotla le tamele le mo sentence hanyana. So victim yena ha ina motho mo buella hore na ho etsahale eng ka mokufu o buella ke state hore okay, because the seriousness of the offense is rena le minimum sentence, therefore a sentence we 10 years, kapa sentence we 15 years, kapa for life imprisonment. But the court has to be the impact lowering crime on the victim. So this victim impact statement or victim impact report, the statement is here to our court preparation officer on behalf of the victim, because the problem language barrier. But haba literate, haba khone hore ba ngole di documents tse loreng they are allowed by the court. That is why we have a victim court preparation officer. Court preparation officer. And then the victim impact report, you're not here to like a social worker, because the social worker who trained and then she goes deeper when compiling that report. So this is one of the rights that victim una le tsona when it comes to the justice system ya rona ke. And then re Domestic Violence Act. The House knows or can remember that in 2019, between 2019 and 2020, the President declared the GBVF as a crisis in the country. And then what followed after that was that we had an amendment to the Domestic Violence Act. Mo eloreng re serena le di minimum sentences re serena le di extended factors tse eloreng motho a ka kgona hore apply le protection order and then re na le mola hape mo eloreng ho introducetswe ntho ya hore it's still coming though, where a person can apply for a protection order online without waiting for Monday if the incident is Saturday. Because currently the situation is if Kim Melintate Balwana Katu me hauna mayante utlo emela manta ho galwetsang alo apply protection order ha police station ha tseta o bula case, then nothing happens to her. She has to go back to where? To the perpetrator if the perpetrator is not yet arrested. So she's at risk. Renale crisis ya di shelter. Renale crisis ya di shelter. Mo eloreng di victims tsa rona tsa domestic violence ha di kgone ho shelter them because ha di those shelters. Number two, even if we have in some places the shelter, they can only house a person for maximum of 6 months. And then what happens to that victim after that? But then coming back to the Domestic Violence Act, in a little measures it protects the victims. So the Amendment Act is very good because at least we have something in place where the victims of domestic violence can really say government is looking out for them. And then one last thing. Yeah, I think I'm done, actually.
One last thing. I think I'm done. No, thank you very much, Mayor Advocate Mafusi Mapepa Lekeka, that presentation of Faningayona. Yahola Kaufela Rona Buile Gamufa Builengate. Especially the important part where the right of the victim. Because normally what we do as the South African people in this democratic dispensation, when bills are rolled out, so that we must be able to input on them, we don't do that. Then happily say passes to the parliament, that's when we start questioning to say, but members of parliament, but say this kind of a bill, it is not including issues you want to raise at that particular time. Then not president to sign it, and it is rolled out and it will be. So I think it's important for us as South Africans, every time when there are such gatherings, we attend and input on them, so that at least at the end, it's important, it's a country. So I think we will so that in future, let's say more happen only billions and matter for the tailoring included the right of the victims, because we know where South Africa is a democratic state, rights are So ya le accuse le yona e etsa phoso motho a ke ta o iplela rona le tokelo. So kana go ntokelo tsena re tsebitsa ka tsela e incorrect. Thank you very much for that kind of a presentation. Well said. Our second speaker was supposed to come from SIDEFSA or SIDFA, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. And unfortunately, Mutwateng Hayo, I was told due to logistical arrangement challenges, the person could not be here. So, let's move on to our third speaker. But before we move to our third speaker, whatever these speakers are saying, noting so that man with the questions and clarity, below at least, and then because I think it's important for us who the discussions about the speakers discussion or presentations so that we part their history. And remember, there's one speaker that has said something here, I'm not sure I can tell you or Kema, but whatever we do, it's a future generation. The solidarity, inequality, the way inequality, the way never guagati. Because I think we'll be judged as this generation of today leading will be judged by the decisions that we took, of which those decisions are going to impact on them. So I think it's important for us as communities, as different stakeholders, as departments and other role players, Baruti and others, in our time, like now, because it's our time, to make sure that whatever we do, it will impact positively to the young generation. So I think it's important. That's why I was saying, sometimes the inside session does not need for us to complain, but it needs us to have inputs on them. So, hajwale he, ke tota ki bitsa speaker a sabraro. Mpa pele ki bitsa speaker a sabraro, honale the two dignitaries that were not introduced to us. I'll therefore call Mayor Nomasotto Mutaung, our Member of Parliament, and she's also serving co-portfolio justice in Parliament, to come and introduce our dignitaries. Mayor Nomasotto. Hans aba introducer ka ba ka ta ba introducer ke a tseba go batla go bua, so e sentse ke mo fa ya ka mabidi a tla feta. Thank you very much.
Ke leboa motsamaiso wa mosebetsi e re ke nke monyetla ona o dumedisa batho bohle ba teng ka hare ka mona. Ke hlomphe Deputy Minister Nzuza, ke hlomphe Deputy Minister Morolong, ke hlomphe di dignitaries tsa rona tsohle tse teng ka hara ntlo, ke hlomphe le community members ba teng ka hara rona ka jeno. Wa ka mosebetsi ko mokgutshwanyane fela kwa o etsa bonnete ba hore ke tsebisa baeti ba rona ba bohlokwa be re na le mbona ka hara motse wa Mafube. The person that I'm going to introduce, in his political career, he served as the regional chair of Musadladla region in the province of KZN. He also served in different student movement organizations, especially in the University of Zululand He served in different structures of the ANC Youth League around the province of KZN. He also served as the ANC PEC member in KwaZulu-Natal. Lastly, 2015, he was elected as the Secretary General of the African National Congress Youth League. The person that I'm going to introduce, he holds a BCom degree in Economics and Business Management from the University of Zululand. In 2019, he was elected as a member of parliament. Subsequent to that, he was then appointed by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa to serve as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs for the entire term until to date, because last year he was reappointed as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. The person that I'm going to introduce to you is Ntate Njabulo Bheka Nzuza, our Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Let me also introduce our second guest. The next person that I'm going to introduce, he was born February 1982 in Ipeleng Township, the township of Swartrenek in Northwest Province. Due to various political roles that he played, he has developed an interest of pursuing his career on public administration. His leadership role in both the ANC and the ANC Youth League, he served in different structures of the student movement. He is the former Deputy President of COSAS. He led the structures of SASCO. He led the structures of the African National Congress Youth League. Later, 2019, he was appointed. Before he became appointed, he was elected as a member of parliament for the entire term of 2019. 2024, he was reappointed in the office of the presidency as the deputy minister in the presidency, responsible for Brand South Africa, GCIS, and MDDA. The person that I'm going to introduce to you, he is currently finalizing his BA in public administration. His name is Mr. Itiseng Kenneth Morolong, our current Deputy Minister in the Presidency, responsible for GCIS. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to indicate that as members of Parliament, our role and our responsibility is to make sure that we play oversight in different departments of government and make sure that we oversight all the government work that are coming to our communities. We are also playing a role in taking Parliament to people on daily basis. That is why we are having different constituency offices in our communities. With us, you have Parliament in your areas when we are present. Our responsibility is to make sure that we play oversight, we meet the different community members. Where there are challenges, we intervene and we transfer all challenges to the relevant departments or to the relevant ministers where our communities are getting different assistance. Thank you so much, Program Director.
No, thank you very much, Mama Sondo Mdaung. for that brief introduction on both our deputy ministers. As her part was to introduce both the deputy ministers, so that we must welcome them before Babua Lelona. I think I'll take that part there already. Deputy Minister Home Affairs, Mr. Morolong and Nzuza, and the Deputy Minister in the presence, Mr. Morolong, just to stand up, just to welcome. I think that's the part that she misses. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs stands for his topic on global citizenship, harnessing and encouraging migration for development. I think on his topic, our communities in terms of home affairs. The platform is yours, Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. It really is an honor for one to be here today and to participate in this community engagement around issues of the G20. And I would also like to pass my greetings to the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, and Tate Morolong. I'm going to call you Tate now, this thing of saying Tate Morolong, you must accept that he's old now. We've grown up. The Member of Parliament, Mayor Nomasonto, Ntaung, Majoro from the municipality and the Speaker, and to the various departments that have joined us here today. More special attribute to the GCIS, which has really made this platform powerful for us today. It is always a pleasure when we come and have these engagements, but not only engagements, but also to bring services to the people. We are quite excited that today we were able to hand over identity documents that are smart to the old men and women who were changing from the green barcoded ID to the smart card, and I think we really need to give them a round of applause with the hope that no one here is carrying a green barcoded ID. Is there someone carrying a green barcoded ID here? So that we can name and shame quickly and move on from that. But we really encourage all citizens to take up their smart ID cards in the main because of the fraud that is associated with the green barcoded ID. I will later deal with the issues that are affecting Home Affairs here. But as I've extended my gratitude to the G20 that will be hosted by South Africa, is actually the first in the African continent, and for that I really think that our country deserves a round of applause. It is not a small thing for this country to hold a group of 19 countries leaders that are going to descend here for the first time in the African soil, which really is testament that South Africa continues to lead in the global arena. I just recently came back from Geneva, Switzerland, attending a United Nations High Commissioner session on refugees. And on my way, I met one patriotic South African who works for the Olympics Committee, National Olympics Committee, He stays there. He's from here. Well, it so happens that he's also coming from KwaZulu-Natal. I want to share my conversation with you that we had with him. First thing he said, you know, you must never allow anyone to tell you otherwise. South Africa is a very good country to live in. The quality of life in South Africa is great. Well, I was coming from Switzerland, and I had to pay more than 1,000 rand just for McDonald's, and I said, no, you are very much correct. Home is better because I can afford the steak. But the reason I'm saying that is because more often than ever, we sometimes look down on our country and we focus more on the problems that are there as against the opportunities that exist in our country. And I want to challenge all of us here today that we must really start to focus more on the opportunities that our country has to offer. Sometimes the things that we think are negative are actually positives. You know, when you see criminals, people who have done something that is wrong being prosecuted by the NPA, yes, more often than ever we say, wow, there is such criminals in the country. But we should be excited that those who do wrong are actually being brought to justice. When we see institutions like the SAPS coming out and saying we are faced with these challenges, there is interference. In other countries, members of the police do not even dare to speak about problems that they face. But in our country, because of the democracy that we have built, we have freedom of speech. In some areas, some people will have long been hanged if they were in those countries. But here in South Africa, we follow process. And I think that we really need at some point to appreciate our country and the diversity that it has. Now, the G20 summit that we're having presents our country with a lifetime of an opportunity to showcase its capacity for hosting major global events while attracting tourists, investors, and skilled immigrants. Now, people do not just come into a country and say, we just want to visit without getting a reference. Can you imagine the number of dignitaries that are going to flow into the country, who later will speak well about South Africa and later translate to South Africa being a tourist destination and as a result creating jobs for our people. So the assumption that a G20 summit will just be held in Johannesburg and then subsequent to that people leave is unfounded. Immediately after such conferences, you see an emerging influx of people coming into the country for tourism reasons. And for us, we must leverage against that. And that is why it is important that South Africa must stage a very well organized G20 summit to attract more tourism. Now, in the Department of Home Affairs, we have introduced various immigration reforms, which is what I've been mainly tasked to come here and talk about. Those particular reforms are aimed at particularly achieving two things that we need to do, which is our role as Home Affairs. Most often people think that, I saw when there was a game against Nigeria on a night note in the stadium in Bloemfontein, some people were joking, saying that we must come as Home Affairs and park our vans there so that the stadium will be empty for the other supporters, because they will be scared of Home Affairs and that will deport them, which is what we have been notoriously being associated with, which is really about the safety of the country and making sure that the country is safe by making sure that the people who enter the country legally and through various legal platforms. But that's not only our job. Our job is not just to make sure that we create a safe environment. According to government classifications, we are classified as part of the security cluster. But our major role that we have to play is on economic development and economic growth. Why is that important? direct foreign investment does not move alone. If a person wants to invest in the country, they don't send their money while sitting in England and then sleep and say, my money is going to grow in South Africa. They want to follow their money. They want to come into the country, establish a factory, and when they've established a factory and they can see it runs, they want to come and stay in the country. And they want their families to come and stay in the country. Now, if we as Home Affairs do not make that process much easier, then investment into South Africa becomes difficult. And that is why our role is to make sure that we provide for the ease of movement of people into the country who are bringing in investment, as a result resulting into economic growth. It's a very important role that we have to play. There are some of the factories that you think will exist if you are talking about steel factories, if you are talking about tourism destinations, if you are talking about construction companies and skills that are needed in the country. All of those will not flux into the country if we are unable to provide platforms that make it easy for people to come into the country. But whilst making it easy for people to come into the country, there are those that we have to make it difficult for them to come into the country, who are really not providing the kind of assistance that we need into the country. Now, what have we done in the process of attracting investment into the country? We have introduced various reforms. One of them is what we call the Trusted Employer Scheme. We also have the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme. We have also launched phase 1 of the ETA, which is an electronic traveler authorization system, and remote work visas on the points-based system. Now let me start with the Trusted Employer Scheme, so that we all live here. I don't want to throw terms at you and then you leave it. That man was talking about some Trusted Employer Scheme, Trusted Tour Operator Scheme. How does it help us in this context? Now, a Trusted Employer Scheme is whereby we accredit employers. You have big companies in South Africa like your Huawei. All the operations of Huawei, most of them, servicing the whole of Africa, they are based where? In South Africa. Now, it means that they then contribute, one, in paying tax in South Africa, which in turn assists us. That tax assists us to provide old age grants and so on and so on. It assists us to maintain our roads infrastructure. Two, they employ South Africans, and also it means those countries, those companies contribute in the growth of this country. So we have said, instead of making it difficult for those companies to get skills from outside of the country that they need. Remember, if you bring one skilled person, they then transfer those skills to other individuals, so that there is broader economic growth and we expand our skills base. So we vet those companies and then say to them, you are now a trusted employer. You don't need to go to a vigorous vetting process for you to bring in employees, because we trust them and then we only vet them once a year. What does that do for us? It means those companies are able to become more agile and they grow much quicker, and they are able to then contribute better into the growth of the country. So that is our Trusted Employer Scheme. And if you've got your own people that you know that they've opened companies here in South Africa, you must encourage them to enroll in the Trusted Employer Scheme program. We've also introduced the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme. One of the biggest markets we want to tap to in terms of tourism is the Chinese market, where they visit in huge numbers. And then when they visit your country, you are guaranteed that there will be investment, particularly around issues of tourism. There is a ratio that is created around the number of job opportunities that are created with one tourist visiting South Africa. Now, what we have done, both for international and South African companies, is that we register them as accredited tour operators. By doing that, what do? It means that you register your travelers that are going to be visiting the country, you drop a bulk file for us, we assess the bulk file, we issue the visas on the basis that they are being requested by a trusted tour operator. Now it limits for us the duty of verifying all those particular individuals who are just coming in to visit. So that is very interesting for us as Home Affairs in terms of our digital journey and the work that we are doing. Now, apart from everything else, we must always bear in mind that a country that is not safe can never grow economically. And that is why we are using these systems that we have at Home Affairs to promote safety, in essence also promoting economic growth by attracting migrants who are willing and who are able to invest in the growth of our economy, because it's not just about the willingness of them willing to contribute into our economy, but they must also be able to do so. But what is said for us, and I'm saying this because we have already received a briefing earlier on this evening. I'm told here you once marched and you went and closed the spaza shops of foreign nationals. And I think this issue bears much reference to what we have done. It's not something that is unique to only your municipality. It is something that is affecting our country. Our data shows that South Africa, we are not attracting the categories of migrants that we want to contribute to the growth of the economy whilst they are in the country. To the contrary, it seems we are attracting many migrants that are running away from their countries because of the economic situation in their countries. One of the things that we talked about when we were having a discussions with the High Commissioner is that our asylum seeker regime is now clogged up because we have a lot of people who are applying for asylum, whereas they are not really asylum seekers. They are not running away from persecution and so on. They are simply running away from the economic problems from their own countries. Now that we have seen the emergence of the foreign-owned spaza shops in communities that receive free basic services as well, because we think that government services are only limited to a person when they get a grant. But if a person enters the country, more so illegally, firstly, when they get sick, we have to pay for their health care. We have to make sure that they use our roads, they use our infrastructure, subsidies that are attached, they also benefit from those subsidies in terms of transport and so on and so forth, whilst they are not contributing in enhancing our revenue base in a form of paying taxes. So that is an issue that is a serious concern for us. And we believe that we are not going to deal with the issue just by saying no, PEC, all foreigners must go away. We need to understand that the development of South Africa needs to be accompanied by the development of our neighboring countries. Because if our neighboring countries do not develop, where are their citizens going to go? They will frequently want to come to South Africa. So we must take interest in the economic development of our neighbors. And this G20 platform provides us with an opportunity to say to the countries of the world, we are not just looking for development for South Africa, but we are looking for development for SADC. And we play the role that South Africa has always played over the years, which is to lobby and push for development of South Africa. Now, most people also say, well, how is this G20 going to affect me? It affects you because if our neighbor Lesotho grows economically, we no longer have to compete for the limited resources in South Africa. It means that if our neighbors grow economically, we are also stronger because they are stronger. So that is very important for us, and for us as communities and various leaders, including traditional leaders, it's very important for us. We are, however, working hard to find the solution to deal with the issues. And I must make it very clear, we do not support or lobby for illegal immigration of people. People must enter through formal border posts, with the correct set of documents. If we find you in the country without having right documentation and without right papers, we will deport you and we will take you back home. We will enforce the law. That is very important to make clear from the onset. So we do have a responsibility as a Department of Home Affairs to then enforce law. One of the issues I will raise with the local municipality is that you must never have fear major of exercising bylaws. You can't have a person who operates a spaza shop and then they cook there, they sleep there, they bath there, they do everything there. I don't even want to go to the other things that might be happening there. And then we say, hey, because this person is from Pakistan, hey, let us call Home Affairs. They are breaking your laws. They are breaking your bylaws. They don't need to be from South Africa for you to act. As soon as someone breaks bylaws, you go in and shut down that particular shop without fear or favor. We can then come in as Home Affairs and say, no, indeed, this one is illegal in the country. But I can tell you, most of them you'll find that they are legal in the country. They come and say they are seeking asylum, and they have the necessary papers, and all that we have to do then is just to enforce the bylaws. And I think from our engagement we had this morning, we understand the predicament of resources that the municipality is under, and we have committed that these are some of the things that we'll have to take it up with the national government to see how we can assist the municipality so that you can implement your bylaws. That way you will not have your citizens marching in the streets saying people must go, and then we are called xenophobic. So what are the interventions that we are making in the main to make sure that we maintain safe borders, we maintain formal movement of people? Now in 2020, in July, we launched what we call the Border Management Authority. Now the purpose of the Border Management Authority is mainly to make sure that we combat illegal movement of people. It has really been one of the highlights. I know my colleagues, the minister, highlights that no, we have made more than 250% in terms of the people that we have retained. It's true. That's what the Border Management Authority has been able to provide us with. Intercept the illegal movement of people into the country. That was launched in July 2020. We are now present in 72 ports of entries, land, sea, as well as aviation. Now, in as much as we do not have the capacity that we need currently, we are making sure that we build up towards that capacity by leveraging on issues like the use of technology, the use of drone technology to detect the movement of people within our borders. And by the way, if we turn away a person from the borderline, we don't need to deport them. It's easier for us and it's more cost efficient. So the BMA is one of the flagship projects that we really have to secure our borders. One of the projects that we are having is what we call a one-stop border post. We have now finalized the process of the appointment of service providers who are going to be building state-of-the-art, top-class border posts so that we can ease the movement of goods and people within our borders. We don't want people abasuka Lesotho, but umuya laphane Maseru, udlula kanzima. You know, it's difficult to go through. But you can just skip a fence and come in. No. We want everyone to use this state-of-the-art one-stop border post that we are building. One of them we are building with Maseru. I think the other one is, I've just forgotten the other one. I think it's Kopfontein. Kopfontein is the other one where we'll be building those large projects. Now, those large projects will also contribute into the creation of job opportunities, including for local people. We hope you will also leverage on that. I know for a fact that very soon, I think next week, we are going to be debating the bill on the one-stop border post, which means that it will give us now allowance to finalize modalities with the other countries. In the main, they will be between us and Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, as well as Lesotho, as well as Swaziland. It is a total of 6 of those border posts that we are going to be doing. Now, one of the overall challenges that we face, now I'm drawing towards a conclusion of my discussion before I answer questions about the office that was closed here. I could sense that everyone is not happy with me with the office that was closed. So they will start saying, when Jabulo comes here to talk big English and forgets about the office. But before I get there to the issue of the office, is that we are introducing key policy reforms. We introduced the white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. Because our law made it very easy for people to abuse it. Let me make an instance. You know, the officers, immigration officers that are here, if they go to a spaza shop, you say, yeah, here is a person, here is a foreigner. They go in there, that person pulls out a document and says, yeah, I'm seeking asylum. They lose power. There's nothing they can do about it because the law says you can't turn them away. You can't say because a person is here seeking asylum, you can turn them away. It's a law issue. Even if a person is here illegally, you find them illegal that they are here, they say they don't have papers. When you arrest them, once they say, no, I'm seeking asylum, you must let go of that person. In fact, you must assist him and take him to the nearest refugee reception center and give him a document yourself. And give him a document and say, yeah, now I found you illegal. Now I'm making you legal in the country. It's a tiring exercise. I'm sure it gets very tiring for them. So those are the issues that have to do with the law. You know, in 1994, South Africa did not have any experience of the world. Because if you remember, South Africa was not participating in any global platforms. So we didn't know this concept of the world. We just understood that apartheid is very bad. It's very bad. And then we assumed that the world is heaven. Yeah, Tina, because we are faced with these problems in the country, therefore the world must be heaven. And then when democracy came, we said, oh, people of the world, they are angels. They must all come. They can all come. Even the electric fence that used to be put up by the apartheid regime was taken down. It was switched off. To say switch off that electrical fence, man. People can come to South Africa. We are open for business. But what we did not know is that by passing laws that make it easy for people to just come anyhow, we are also opening a gate, a floodgate for criminals. We are also opening a floodgate for people who really do not deserve our hospitality. And as a result, we domesticated those things and made them law. Now you can't do anything about them without changing the law. And hence that is why we had the process of the white paper. To tell us now, to say, who becomes a citizen in the country, who must qualify for refugee, who can be an asylum seeker in the country. So that particular white paper is now in development. It was presented in cabinet and we are now working on it. We are just fine-tuning issues that have been introduced by the digital movements that we are now moving. Some of those things, for instance, that we are looking at is the aspect of the first safe country principle. You can't have a person who comes from which one? Is it Pakistan mostly here who are owning shops? Is it so? I know, Pella, there is this thing of not being able to differentiate. Somali, you just say it's Pakistani. Pakistani, you say it's Somali, and so on. But let me make an example with Somali. A person says they are running away from their country, but then they cross the border up until they arrive in Mozambique. And then still from Mozambique, they want to cross to South Africa. They are supposed to take the first country and get refuge from the first country that they enter after leaving their country. It can't be that you are saying you will be safe in South Africa, you have skipped Mozambique, you have skipped Zimbabwe, coming from. Others, they fly and then they land in Mozambique, they land in Lesotho and then say, we are seeking refuge in South Africa. One of the things that the white paper says we must agree on is that but wait, the first country where you arrive in must be your first safe country, and then you must stay there. So it's very important. One of the things that we'll be doing is the movement of the refugee reception centers towards the borderline, so that we can adjudicate and quickly deal with the issue of economic migrants who then use that process to get into the country. And once they get into the country, then they disappear. One thing that is good about South Africa is that we do not have refugee camps in the country. We don't have camps in the country. When you go to these platforms, it has become a joke. I always say it. Who is sending these asylum seekers? Because when we get to Geneva, Switzerland, I sit there and I listen passionately. And then I hear all the countries, all the countries. Zimbabwe will be sitting there and saying, we are hosting refugees. We are hosting asylum seekers. Everyone is hosting. But where are these ones that are in South Africa coming from if everyone is hosting? Probably it's something that we need to deal with and say, look, let us be honest. The issue here is about the level of growth within our neighbors. And once they are able to grow economically, then you will have less people coming into the country, you will have balance, you will have us sharing resources even much better. It's not xenophobic, it's just an issue of us being concerned about our own country. South Africa must never be a country where when you talk about it, like everybody says, my country, my country, my country, and nobody asks them questions. Nobody asks them questions, Zimbabwe is responsible for the management of Zimbabwe. Nobody questions their sovereignty. Mozambique is responsible for the management of Mozambique. Nigeria is responsible for the management of Nigeria. And nobody has views about it. Ghana, once you say South Africa, all of them open eyes. They all have views now to say, no, South Africa, we must all have a view about South Africa because it has become a home to all of them. But I think rather we must all have a view about each other so that we can all work together towards the development of our own country. Now, I know for a fact that there was an office here that was opened. In as much as we are building towards digital platforms, we will look into that issue of that office and make sure that the office operates and that people here get proper service. The direction that we want to go to as Home Affairs is where you no longer need to visit our bricks and mortar establishments. We want you to be able to access us using your apps, using your phones. I know there's concerns that says that, look, not all people have smartphones. Mina ngiyangibona gogo besendo WhatsApp much. Ngisho ngithi no gogo banawo ama-app. And it means that we should strive to open more connectivity in the rural areas so that more people can get access to our digital spaces. But as we are building to those digital spaces, PM, I will make a case for this particular office. Probably take the issue of the Epping model and also bring it here. I know I've been talking about the Epping model. That man is looking at me. Every time I go back, they give me problems. But maybe one day I'll just come with you and call you to a meeting and say, come and do here outside, and then I can go and shout inside. That must be implemented. But as a caring government, we are committing that we'll make sure that services continue to happen. I'm happy that today we're able to hand over some of the document to the young people and the elderly that we met up with today. Lastly, I hope that this engagement really yields fruitful results. We have received all the issues from the municipality. We will package them and then deliver them, and hopefully, Majoro, your problems will be solved. But remember, you must cancel that contract. It's something I'm not afraid to say. You must cancel that contract. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Another round of applause. No, the Deputy Minister, Home Affairs. Ke rata party fela ya hore ena ya office gola re utlwile ya o itlamme ba mhloma ga utlwa hantle so jalo ga ha itlamme ya phethatse re ro buile ka plus chaba le ka pla mabonela hole ba re gimidi so Ampaeze jwalo na na tla re thusa haholo, especially ba Mafube and other neighboring towns except Mafube, because tabele office ya setjhaba ha ke tlo pheta se a se buile mara ke nana hore re utlwile ka mokgwa a buileng ka teng o di beile our own Deputy Minister. And Rutwile Gamo Ntate Maloka Adibailing got them from Correctional Services, and Rutwile Gamo Me Advocate Mafusi Mapepa Lekeka Adibailing got them, and other presenters Adibailing got them. So Mutuzungwana Jwale before, we are going to take questions and clarities if they are there, but I think they are there, and also inputs. This kind of question, fella, reports or no matter clarity, fella happen that space out the input on the topics and the discussions. It's evident. Then after those questions and clarities will allow the panel members, especially your presenters, say Faninga, the presentation, to answer those questions and clarify some of the things you need clarity on. And therefore, will allow the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs to conclude in terms of answering, if there are any. And then, therefore, will request that the Deputy Minister in the Office of the President to come to do what we call closing remarks, so that in his closing remarks addresses some of the questions and issues tailoring that have been raised since the beginning of the session. And thereafter, we'll move to the vote of thanks, whereby our Honorable Speaker will does that, and then we'll have announcements before we depart. So I think that's how we're gonna move from where we are. So I'll allow questions from the floor. Laksa dolbita kama bito 1, 2, 3, 4. So you'll know 1 is me, 2 is me, 3 is me. So we have 1, the gentleman here, 1, and then we have 2, Ntate Snatamun, and then we have 3 from Bakhalung. I think I'm correct. Number 3, and then number 4, Kaiser Chiefs. When I went to 2, close. And then number 4, Kalim Zolo. Number 5, Kintate Ramraumani, Ashakile Mpama. And then number 6, Kintate Mani, and then number 7, Tatem Gemezulum Raumo, and then number 8, Kimmema Mkulu. Perhaps Arkakwala 10 yana Italo, and then number 9, I hope I'll do the same thing, addressing one thing in Loring, it's related to Batokwa, and then you are the last one, Tate Mumra, number 10. So the platform is yours. Number 1.
Thank you very much, thank you, Chief. My name is Sokara, and I just have one question to Deputy Minister Nzuza. My question is as follows. Given the case that once occurred in the Eastern Cape in particular, wherein taxi drivers had a clash with foreign national shop owners, heavy guns were moved out and some taxis were bent to the ground, with videos of jihadist war crimes being made across the street. The question is that, is there a relationship between border management and national intelligence? This is because an illegal immigration problem is a national security problem, similarly to the illegal mining problem. So that means there are people who are beneath the land and above the land who are possible terrorists, and there are people who are being funded by the hard-earned money of the poor in South Africa, who own sponsor shops and who are funding jihadist mandates, which are terrorists across the country, and now more than ever in South Africa. So is there anything that is being done by the Department of Home Affairs in conjunction with national intelligence to curb terrorism as being seen as people seek asylum? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everyone in the protocol observed. And there are 2-3 things that I heard from the speaker there saying people from outside countries may flock into South Africa. They see opportunities. Yes, they see opportunities. But there is a reason. South Africa did not make or use those opportunities. The first opportunities that they will use or requisite is from everything starts from school. At their schools, technically, they are taught to do something for themselves out of their hands, out of their minds. But in South Africa, we are over 30 years ruling the country, but we have not yet built those such places where people to gain the knowledge to make things for themselves, like those weldings, electricity, whatever you may call. In farming itself, you find that our mothers there, they are making, trying to farm, their pigs, the cows, whatever. But they don't have resources. The government does not actually help them. And at schools, firstly, as we have said, out of 30 years, we had whites made sure that their children, they get those basic knowledges from the school. They are educated for building the electricities, you may call them electronics, but we don't have them. Children are roaming, they are stealing, because they cannot make anything out of their heads. They cannot think correctly because now their minds does not cooperate with their heads. Why that happens to blacks? Contribution is that being our soul of the years. Let the government try to make sure that the children are empowered to use their minds, their hands, they always say create jobs. Do something for yourself. How can you create jobs without knowledge? How can you create jobs whereas you cannot do something for you? The welding, out of grade 12, especially in white, they open their workshops. Electricity, they open their workshops. Electronics, they open their workshops. But even here, in our place, schools, there's out of 8 years, not even one field that has been actually subsidized or helped by everyone to let the children do something for themselves. My contribution is that if those children can get knowledge, skills, so can do things for themselves, that they can close that gap of their opportunities seen by people from outside, and then they do them here because their schools open skills, they give them knowledge to build things for themselves. Even the mothers here trying to get into farming, but they don't have resources, they don't have land, especially land. They cannot be subsidized. But how can they make or create jobs if they cannot do anything? I think this is the song of the years. Up to now, contribution is there. Please let the resources be brought to the people. I thank everyone who came here and collect whatever they can collect. Let it not be taking the information, going, nothing is happening. Coming again, taking information, going, nothing is happening. Please.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
As you have seen coming
this opportunity of dialogue would at least bring us closer to the people that take decisions in the country, like the ministers. But now we're sitting with the challenge that during times of colonialism and apartheid, our land was taken by force by the white communities that are now called farmers, whom previously called oppressors. And now the other thing is that even trying to take part in agriculture in this area is a problem. So in terms of participating in agricultural activities, because they do not any industry in this township, do not have factories, do not have anything that has to do with maybe your digital analog, maybe moving from analog to digital, but we are solely depending on agricultural activities, which we do not partake in. And why I'm posing this question to the Minister and the President is that we as the traditional community of this area, we have a certificate of two restrictions which was issued by the former president during the last president of apartheid, which was also that is the certificate of two restrictions and then the certificate of recognition of our traditional community. But since then until today, we are sitting here, we cannot even access the graves of our forefathers in the homestead, where around in 1997, most of the farmers, they took people to township because they were trying to avoid them being called farm dwellers. Now they were only subjected to become farm dwellers, which they only entitled to be 8 hours as farms. But in vast majority of the people that are here, we come from those homesteads, we know they are, and we do not even have access to our gravesite. And the other thing, as you can see that we're a traditional community, we even struggling to have land to practice culture. I'll cite an example with my food. Everyone that wants to participate in traditional negotiations is to pay around the sum of 1,000 every single municipality, even though we are recognized by the Constitution, Section 211 and 212. So that has been a problem because I don't know whether it is the government that is in charge, which is the government of the ANC or the GNU, whereby the certificate we're referring to, the certificate of restriction, I don't know whether it was nullified by COPTA or whatever, but remains a legal document because it was issued by the court. But we still sitting here facing challenges where we cannot even participate in the mainstream economy of agriculture, even though we are called the agricultural hub. And we have seen around Sade, this is the main area where agriculture is taking place, and we are only subjected to be the workers of those white people. And we also see they do not even consider us as slaves. They're taking foreigners. I don't know whether those foreigners that work in the family have work permit or they are asylum seekers. And the other thing is that I don't know how does the issue of asylum seekers minister of our home, the deputy minister, to say if they travel from Eritrea or Ethiopia, they speak around 6-7 countries, but we even find them in these small towns where even the domestic opportunities of retail and we are now deprived from them. So thanks, I think that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me say one protocol of that. My question to the Deputy Minister, or maybe just before the question, I must also indicate that I've had an opportunity to represent my municipality and the stakeholder meetings whereby the white people on the citizenship. So I've participated in that in those meetings for 2 consecutive years. But my problem is actually on what we no longer bring the borders, as we know. But then we are also having a problem to say maybe can the minister assist maybe in the department whenever you go to the Department of Traffic, go to renew your license, even the officials who was assisting you, their name is on your document. And then because they're having a problem with ensuring that their officials who are assisting are really involved in giving out all these documents to the illegal immigrants. And it's even worse to such an extent that now that we are getting the money from Home Affairs, the grants that our people are getting, our illegal immigrant, our IDs, and then they are also getting those grants. So it's so worse. Can't we have the very same system that the Treasury Department is having? And also we are also working as Home Affairs, we are working with the banks to ensure that whoever who gets there can be validated through our systems. We can identify their identification can be confirmed. Can we also use the very same system to ensure that Home Affairs whenever you go to Home Affairs, then they can also confirm that you are in a South African through those processes that are using with the banks, so that to cap all these things that are happening. It's worse that they are not paying for the effect that the immigrants and illegal immigrants are having on our coffers. They are not paying for the services. They are not paying for the taxes. Now we are even giving them our money, our hard-earned money, now to be paying them for the grants. So can we ensure that we try to stop? And then secondly, the problem that we are having is that even if we are planning the meeting at municipalities to be working with other certain partners, the Home Affairs are not there to be assisting us. We know that we are having a problem with officials. Can we ensure that we have a representative from the Department of Home Affairs that will be sitting together with local municipalities so that when we plan, especially around the IDPs, at least we can work together with them. Because the issue of violence is not going to assist us, but we also need to identify the problem, come together as municipalities as well as departments to solve those problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 5.
We're happy for the guest government today. Putoyaka haipelele haitata. Advocating Kasebelela. Ditomo wafela kubuza huli. Who is responsible for Falakati shelter? Why am I asking that Kimutu Alali Foundation? And it's very difficult to calling about to Alamuela for my partner is abusing me and haki a guy or the reason why I told away but other side they end up bashing it's because Baba happen to the same abusers and Baba abuser because they don't have shelters for so it is very easy and going to abuse and then for rather than going back to the same abuser and looking inside instead of so my question is, who is responsible for giving out the shelter the foundation so that we can help the women outside?
I don't know where. Number 6. Oh, 7.
a ruang diphoofolo e bitswa cultural land. Le nna ha ke batla cultural land go fana ka yona o batla efeng. Cultural initiation is very specific ka tsela e nngwe e ikgethile. O kene o batla le rona o re fe fatshe mo le go na le ka fana ka initiation sa o amana. Hona re ka tla go be di hape hape mo le go na dingaka tsa rona di sokola di yana ka tshika ka ba 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 di jana ba tshitefi ba se ba tshika. Batho ba rona ba meetlo ba fuwe tokelo tsa bona ka ba ta ka bona re se se le la rona. Rona we are not citizens, we are the natives that we are aborigines in South Africa. Citizens, we have more right to this land, its nature and everything. So we want to participate. Share our knowledge with you. Then tomorrow you have everything living part of development. We are not taking you anywhere there. We just want to exist as cultural people. So allow us to exist and recognize us. So, the heritage site, they are privatizing. So these are the things that affect us spiritually with the Bible state. And then the government we are here to help you. This is how to know this. It is said that even Mohalo is traditional land. It's a but these are right to be recognized as whether recognized in the provincial level or recognized provincially, national, at home, they must be recognized. So, hyper and about 50 is covered just agricultural land. Even a cultural land, because more recognized or not, Mara is the land of kings, queens, and princes.
Number 8. Tsepa di presenter ntse di nouta.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My question is directed to Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, you raised a very serious issue that now we are focusing our economy to China, given the fact that with USA there's a serious problem that I cannot divulge it here. We are exporting and importing to China. But now the grave concern is that when you look at China Mall, where they are predominantly Chinese, they have employed the foreigners. The very same Chinese, they are employing the foreigners. That's number one. Number two, they are not following the labor laws of the country. One, they are giving them yammer amount of money to those foreigners. Two, they are ensuring that they are employing very young children. Now today I found that some of them are employing children who are around 14 years, 18 years.
affairs. And that's where I think the Department of Home Affairs, they must come in, and the Labour Department to ensure that at least for the economy of the country to flow, they must ensure that a certain number of people of South Africa are employed. Number two, my concern, Deputy Minister, we are saying that people who are coming in our country, they will come and say that they are seeking asylum, they are asylum seekers. But let's look at our neighboring countries. I can take for an example Lesotho. There's nothing, it's calm, there's no wars, there are nothing. But the people of Lesotho, they are coming in numbers in our country. The foreigners in our country is so unbearable. You move around cultural center, you see in the pavement, you can't walk. A lot of foreigners. Lastly, on the lighter note, when you look at SAPs, South African Police Service, and you look at the correctional service, there is a siege. SAPs, they arrest the criminals, and then the correctional, they accept them. But with regard to Home Affairs, as well as the Health Department, unfortunately there is no stage there. On the lighter note, DP, Home Affairs are encouraging the stats. They are after the stats of birth. At least they are saying that we must have a certain number of babies which are born. They need a stats. On the other side, on the Health Department, they are discouraging for the birth of the babies. They have their issue out the prevention and all this stuff to ensure that we minimize the number of babies which are born. So there is a requirement within the departments. I don't know how to break it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 9. Kakadela. Thank you, ma'am. That didn't. Tshwarelo fela ka mix up, but anyway, zonal platform.
This child,
No, I don't know. Rekin kemnya tahu na oleh buat batu ba hebat. Jalo so saga. It means na la yuana kenel lezi. Because it was 10 years, but it's fine. Ukwalle ndati. Ayangwana mona ulisiwa abantu bana baphamisa matso. Jalo ba bantse le futhu ba botsa dipotso. A tlo sebetsa jwa.
As adults and young people, the society moving also for the transport, responsibilities, and also now I'm just
Well done that.
Thank you. Local economic development. Like, I'm not here to judge local fitness or say I'm emotional. I'm saying for like it was more about done by the office of the NDT, and the lack of this interest or the lack of wanting to assist is like I don't know what you so it's like what and what I say here. You know what I'm saying? So like, can you, even if you know like how to speak up, like just do something. Like young people are out here, they were hustling, doing amazing things out here, but we struggle. This should struggle, but with your assistance, just in your place as it's always I never find out, you know what I'm saying? And some of the things that I have nothing to do with is the infrastructure,
That Ralebo. Malame. Akere jwale ha o mtsamaiswa mosebetsi. Jwale o ntse o pota-pota ka dipotso tse tsa Thank you. We love you too. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ka dipotso tse le faneng ka tsona. Ka Sesotho ho thwa kgomo ha e nye bolokwe kaofela. And ke nana hore ifuka kwa sa re dule mona le tshiare kaofela motho mo lo mong a botse potso re qetetse re tsule bosiu ka mona. But we appreciate the questions tse lo reng di hlaile le di input tse hlaileng from the floor ho batho ba lo reng ba participate ile hodima tsona. So motsotsong wa hona jwale re tlo sebetsa jena he before re fa our dignitaries to conclude answers. Ke tlo fa one person from Home Affairs a ikutlwang fela hore no o batla fela ho clarify some issues tse lo reng di raisitswe on the floor. One person from NPA just to clarify some of the questions kapa issues they hlailen from the floor, and therefore bekefa the dignitaries to answer. Because on the correctional service side, I'm not sure, perhaps if there's interest, then I'll give a person from correctional service. But kitoko pa fela je hore ke khatena. Because it was supposed to finish at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, we were dragged out Kamodi stall since where our people are being serviced. So unfortunately, our deputy ministers Tamile a distance from where we are. Manala commitment. But kitoko power if unale ba to bailoring banali the questions about the issues. Can you please little choose a fella because officers are here from different departments, so NPA, Home Affairs, services, local municipality, department. So then, halong what's in total alona kanala di submit. Kapakam Ramona la kopana di official setting la raise some of those issues kapa di concern tse nnang le tsona re ke se etse kaofela ka tsatsi leiwa but I think se re se entseng ka jeno we have done justice in terms of this session e re tlileng ka yona tsatsing la ka jeno so ke tlo fa any one of you whether Home Affairs or Correctional a tla qala pele ke tlo le fa fela just in 2 minutes each so ke controller now.
Thank you, Program Director. Leadership, good morning once again. Good afternoon once again. I'm going to respond to 2 questions. Question when they are sitting as a forum, Home Affairs is nowhere to be seen. Home Affairs has introduced a forum where it's promoting public participation. And fortunately, those forums, they are run in the offices of the speakers. We have local forums, Mafube Local Forum, where the speaker is chairing and the secretariat is the Department of Home Affairs. We have Fezileda Abi District Forum, where the speaker of the district is chairing and Home Affairs District manager is a secretariat. So we are there in those forums, and when there is other forums that we don't know about, we will really appreciate if we get invited and we will also form part of them. The issue of the other response that I'm going to give is when there was an issue of verification. Yes, as the department, we are having a verification system where we can verify that this person is not a South African or is a South African. And for that matter, these other departments that are verifying, they are verifying because they are linked to our systems. So there is no way that we can want to utilize another system to verify, whereas we are the ones who are having the responsibility of managing the National Population Register. The last question, Chairperson, the question of people who are holding our documents and qualifying to get grant. True, there are people who are coming from outside who qualified to get IDs in a proper way. As a result, when you have an ID in a proper way, the constitution of this country is covering you. If you have reached the ages where you're supposed to get a grant, you'll qualify to get a grant. Thank you, Program Director.
Arule Wenda Demajor, Correctional Services. I said 1 per department, and then we'll give our dignitaries to wrap up because I think they have all answers to questions that has been raised more far. Thank you very much.
Correctional Services
No, I don't know. Get offer Menoma Sonto to cover some of the questions, and then the Deputy Minister, Home Affairs, Otanga podium after, and then we'll have closing remarks. The Deputy Minister in the Office of the President, sa fanalga the karabo the question kaofela tse butswe. Then we'll have a vote of thanks ka mme matsatsi mfukeng a tla atamele a be haufinya. Then it about the announcement.
Kalabo program director ho fana ka karabo tabeng ya di centers kapo di shelter. Department of Justice ha hana jwale re sebetsa ka di Thuthuzela care centers. Department of Justice ha hana jwale re sebetsa ka di Thuthuzela care centers ka hara province. Each district is allocated to one Thuthuzela center, except Thabo Mofutsanyana re na le Thuthuzela care center ko Bethlehem le Qwaqwa. Ya rona ha e kwano re sebedisa esa Solbek. Any case related to the victim e hlokang support re khothaletsa batho hore ba ikopanye le di centers tsa rona tsa Thuthuzela care centers, because all assistance tse le di hlokang di teng ka mo. Hona le di social worker, hona le manese, hona le accommodation, hona le dintho kaofela tse le ka di hlokang. Number 2, all our NGOs ba hlokang assistance jwalo ka e o buang ka yona. Re ntsha di advert re le mmuso, social development every year mo le kenyang di request ibe le ya fundwa, ibe le sebedisa monyetla ono ho reka those shelters mo le kgonang ho thusetsa. But again, in social development, we have national lottery e kgonang ho thusa all registered NGOs ha ba butsi di application hore le kenye di application tsa lona, ibe le ya hlalosa hore le sebetsa jwang, le sebetsa le bomang, and then ibe le bana le monyetla o fumana those grants tse tlamehang ho fumanwa ke di NGOs, be se le sebedisa tjhelete for those shelters tse le di hlokang. Ha o batla di contact di a fumaneha Parliamentary Constituency Office next to Postnet. Issue ya tsela e mmuso o thusang ka yona ho fana ka di skills tse fapaneng ntle le tse re nang le tsona dikolong tsa rona. Just that motho a botsitse potso ha qeta ba tsamaya. Mohlomong e re ke hlalose hore mmuso wa rona wa leka o kena ka setsotswana o etsa bonnete ba hore re tlisa ditshebeletso tse jwalo bathong. 1, re na le di FET colleges tsa rona tse mmuso o di kentseng tshebetsong. Ibile mmuso wa rona wa national o investile tjhelete kana ka 14 billion ho thusa di FETs tsa rona for o fumana access ko di FET. Ngwana e mong le e mong a qetileng grade 10 a ka kgona hore a ska tswela pele ho etsa grade 11 le grade 12 a ikele FET college mo a ka yang a yo ithuta ka tsa matsoho tse tla mo thusang hore a tsebe mosebetsi kapa a be trained ka tsela tse fapaneng. Re na le di FET colleges di districting tsa rona kaofela. Rona fezile dabi re sebedisa Flavius Mareka e leng an opportunity for all of us hore re sebedise, ibile ina le di satellite centers. Frankfurt sekolong sa Kukulethu ke mo re kgonang ho bana le di services tsa Flavius Mareka ka di Saturdays. Tse ding tsa di activities tse re sa kgoneng ho di etsa o tshwantse ya Kroonstad kapa o ya sa Solbek. For ngwana hore a ka ba trained ka matsoho, mmuso o mo fa support. O patala fela tjhelete kana ka 650 e leng ya registration ho tloha mono ha qeta thola admission letter o kgona ba na le access ya ho kenya di application for NFSAS ibe mo patalla accommodation, mo patalla di fees, ibile mo fa le pocket money kgwedi e nngwe le nngwe. So ha re sebediseng menyetla e jwalo o e mmuso e kentseng tshebetsong hore bana ba rona ba thusehe, because those FETs, it's where we are investing a lot of money hore bana ba rona ba be well trained. Bana ba batlang ho etsa plumbing, bana ba di electrician, bana ba batlang ho aha, bana ba batlang ho ithuta ka tsa tourism le ka tse ding tse teng tsa di training. Ho na le di vocational programs tse different tse re ka thusang bana ba rona ka tsona. So thuso e teng e mmuso e etsang. Re kopa ha le batla information sebedisang dikantoro tsa rona hore re le fe information ya tshebetso tse teng mmusong wa rona hore le thusehe e be le kgona le ho thusa bana ba rona. And then tse pedi tsa ho qetela, request ya di-services tsa di-STIA tse kenyeleditseng SIFA le di-SMME grants and funding. Re tla etsa arrangement hore ba tle ba tlo kopana le borakgwebo potlama ka hara masepala wa rona Mafube e be le ya thuseha. Ya bontate batlokwa ke nahana taba lona ya utlwahala mara e reng ke hlalose hore jwalo ka ha le tlile le sendetse le MEC lengolo, taba ya lona e ananetse. Se setseng ke sa hore re arrange meeting le lona ebe kantoro ya MEC e sebetsang ka dintho tsa di-traditional leaders ya thewa e tla kwano e tlo kopana le lona kaofela e be le ya thuseha mathateng e le buileng ka ona. MEC o fumane lengolo, office ya ka e fumane lengolo, nna ke entse follow up le MEC hore ba tla neneng hore ba tle ba tlo le thusa ka mathata le na le ngona hore le kgone ho thuseha. Le tlabe se le raisa tse ding tsa di-challenges tse le feisanang le tsona tshebetsong ya lona ho kenyeletsa le di-traditional leaders, because timi eno e sebetsang ka tsona e kenyeletsa le bontate ba dingaka le bomme ba dingaka ba sebetsang ka hara metse ya rona. Empa re le mmuso re kene ka setsotswana ho etsa bonnete ba hore re thusa moahi e mong le e mong a teng ka hara South Africa mo le hlokang thuso teng tshebetsong tse re fanang ka tsona re le mmuso. Ke a leboha.
Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
No, thank you very much, and let me just thank all of you for your robust inputs, and in some areas just a word of caution on how we ought to think. I think what is also important for us in these engagements is that it's able to sharpen our minds. When we go back and sit in boardrooms, we are able to translate what are your lived experiences and then be able to take decisions that will deal with those issues. I think from the first question from Mr. Kaba, you know what they say about intelligence is that the great successes of intelligence are the ones that are not told because something has not happened. Because you don't stand in a podium and say, hey, there was once a man, a jihadist, who tried to enter our Tambo, and then we stopped him by using these techniques. But you know, the fact that we have not suffered a blow that will have been suffered by other countries as far as it goes to terrorism means that they are to a larger extent doing their job. As I've said, the biggest problem we face is the law. You can't just deny access to anyone, you know, because the law favors those who are coming in and who are seeking asylum. But I can tell you, there is quite a number of shocking stories. If you remember, I'm just going to reflect on the ones that are public. If you remember why we ended up saying Pakistani national must not be given transit visas, do you remember those Pakistani nationals that were stopped in Owar Tambo and we ended up saying they must not get transit visa? It's because we were able to establish a pattern wherein they were abusing our e-visa system to get into the country and then leave the country. We had to shut that down. Some of them, we are quite correct. When we intercept them in Owar Tambo and then we ask them, give us your phone, that's the first thing we go to. Give us your phone when we just take you. Give us your phone. Open it. Then we go to the WhatsApp chats. Some of them are sending videos to some of them who are already inside the country, displaying their ability to operate automatic rifles. Some of them, you will find them that back in their own homes, they will have sending pictures of having brutally killed people to display their capabilities of violence and all those things. So we are very much aware about the security concerns of the country, that there are those who come into the country for ill intentions. And part of the reasons we were grey-listed in FATF, you will remember we had that particular problem with the Financial Action Task Force, where they ended up grey-listing South Africa, because some of the funding from these spaza shops was being used to fund terrorism. We dealt with the issue, because Home Affairs is part of the security cluster. We dealt with the issue. Even as we speak now, we have been removed from that, which means that we have taken necessary actions. So I can guarantee you the country is safe. The law enforcement agencies, including our state security agencies, are always hard at work. But we always say, for all these things to happen, they need collaborators. And that is why, as we engage like this, we must tell you that you must not be collaborators to foreign elements. You must not be collaborators wherein you enter into marriages of convenience. Barba clock for 500 rand every month, then chigi say ushadile, a marriage of convenience. A year later, the 500 rand stops coming. Sesibona kuyishow lapha kwa TV sewuzothi no ngishade ngobugebengu khona abantu baka Home Affairs abangishadisile. Then we go and pull out the file, we find your fingerprints are there but your hand is still with you, which means nobody chopped your hand. We were, and then you start calling us aside and say no, there is a problem here. We had that issue. There was that show, I think it's on Moja Love. It's the fake marriages. When it started by them saying, no, there is a syndicate in Home Affairs that marries people illegal. Then we said, give us those cases. As they were giving us cases, that's when we realized, no. These two people had agreed to get married, but somehow the situation gets sour. Normally it's the money. Then you find them chasing each other to the spaza shops, Muhammad, Umtirang, they actually got them. So you must not be part of those things. Others give away their identity. We had a big problem of photo swaps. Right now, if you apply for a passport, nobody can come and collect your passport for you. Before you could, it was convenient. But after that, we realized, no man. They go to the township, give abantu bagiti some money, go to the office, apply. Morolong and Nzuza apply. The last one was Tabang. Now we have Tabang goes and apply for a passport, but when it's time to take a photo, Tabang moves away. Ungena Dinesh. Now usuno Tabang usuno Bangladesh now. Tabang is Tabang, but the photo is the photo kabani got Dinesh. So that thing compromises the security aid. That's how now you find in other countries, but if you are in South Africa, you must come with a visa. You can't enter visa free. Because it's us sometimes who compromise our own security. So I think it's very important for me that I pass by and say those things. And mainly for you as a border arrangement, I think Lesotho is quite very close to you. We had the case, I always make an example in northern KZN. So you have this thing of late birth registration. And it's going to take me to that point. I want to deal with it, that we encourage people to give birth. It's not our mandate to encourage people to give birth. It's really not. It's not. I don't know how it came about to even reach there. We don't do that. I'll tell you what we encourage. But there is this thing of late birth registration that we have. Person comes, they say, no, I left with my mother to Lesotho, but then my mother passed away, I come back, my father is a South African, then they go and get the local tribal authority. Actually, we take letters from the tribal, and I'm saying this because there are tribal leaders here. Then they say no. Tribal will say no. We know this one. So one of them says the very same story. Says no. I left with my mother when I was small. Came back when I was around 10 years old, and then Induna comes to testify. Because the Induna is not briefed properly, and he wants to do this young man a favor. He says, I know this one. I know him when he was crawling. He was this young, crawling. But now on the other hand, this one says, I came here back when I was 10 years old. Now we must now arrest everyone, So I'm saying those are all the things that, deal with the issue of our national security. So we are very much conscious about them. We are very much worried about them. Even those ones we are talking about who were in the Eastern Cape. Some of them we've had to revoke those documents and send them back home because they are not really assisting. Now, in the issue of us, the issue of jobs. I was with the minister in Lesotho for police, home affairs, and so on and so on. He says to me, my citizens in Lesotho are so good in working in textile. That's why the Chinese take them to work in their factories. So there are opportunities in South Africa. It's not that there are no opportunities. There are opportunities. But the fact of the matter is that capital is greedy. They know that the one person coming from Lesotho is not going to demand minimum wage again, because they are here in the country illegally. So they'll rather employ them rather than employ South Africans who are in the country legally and who are going to demand the minimum wage. That's the only reason why you have that. But also, because those countries are not developed as South Africa, believe me, if the other countries were as developed as South Africa, the very same Chinese factories that exist here, they would have taken them to Lesotho. But because South Africa has strategic infrastructure that they need in a form of warehouses, a road network, water, access to electricity, the ability to have borders where they can fly the textiles anywhere, it means South Africa is a better investment destination. So I will really argue against someone who says, no, the situation here at home is very bad as compared to our neighbors. Our neighbors will not be coming into South Africa if our situation was worse than the neighbors. So I think we need to make that point clearly. And even now, we have even opened special lanes. If someone says our education system is very bad, we will not have opened lanes. They know, PM knows, they're in Maseru. There is now dedicated lanes for children who are going to school in South Africa, where they have to pass, because our education system is not where we want it to be, but it's better than what we'll see. What we encourage, my chief, around issues of birth, we don't encourage that people must give birth. It's not our role, it's not our space. Because we interact with the specialists in the field, they are worried that birth rates in South Africa are going down. What we encourage as Home Affairs is what we call early birth registration. Is that every child must be registered within 30 days. So where the child comes from, whether they are many or they are legally, we just want them to be registered within 30 days. And I think that's a broader message that we want to leave. And we are having a very big problem around issues of early birth registration. The youth today that is giving birth to children, they are leaving their children with their grandmothers without registering them. And then we have to struggle to register a child, because now we are not sure whether this child is South African or is not South African. Sometimes people just think that because a person is born in South Africa, therefore they are a South African. It's not true. One of your parents must be a South African for you to be said to be a South African. So if a mother leaves their child without registering them, now we have to link this child. Who's the parent? Is the parent a South African? It becomes a very difficult thing. That's why we have a lot of cases of LRB projects that we then deal with. The second and last part is the missing fathers. Fathers are not there when it's registration time for their babies. They disappear. Miraculously, I don't know how they manage to do it, but they disappear. They are never there. Fathers must be there in the registration of their kids. They must not disappear. We only know of Jesus Christ, who was born out of the Holy Spirit. Anybody else has a father. And we must make sure those fathers are there and present. But we welcome the comments we've made. We will deal with other issues, and we take your inputs very seriously. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister and the President.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Dumelang. Dumelang. A ke tse tshono le nna go le dumedisa. Ke dumedise Majoro wa Mafube Local Municipality, Councillor Motshwenying. Ke tse tshono e gape ke dumedise Motlatsatona o ikarabelang ka merero ya Home Affairs, Ntate Morolong and Nzuza, a re ntate gompieno. Leloko la Palamente ibile gape e le Motlatsatona wa maloba mo kantorong ya Mopresidente, me Nomasondo Motaung yo ke dirile ene thata mo malobeng ko kantorong ya Mopresidente. Ntetelle gape gore ke dumedise speaker sa rona sa masepala wa rona me Matsatsi Mofokeng. Mo gare ga rona fa re na le veteran ya rona ibile gape e le leloko la kgale la Palamente, Ntate Ntombela, who was also one of our house chairs. We are honored to have you in our presence, and please receive our warmest greetings. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge Ntate Baloyi, who is the Chief Director responsible for stakeholder engagements at GCIS, and all distinguished officials. And let me thank the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Mafube Local Municipality, for successfully steering the ship. You've been an excellent program director, and no wonder you were chosen amongst many of our deployees to crack the whip in that caucus. It is really an honor and a privilege for me to address batho ba rona ba ba tleng fa gompieno. Standing here in a hall at the heart of Free State, I am inspired by the conversations that are ensuing today between ourselves and civil society. I also want to preface my abridged input by indicating that when we arrived here, we were briefed by the mayor and the speaker, the chief whip and the municipal manager, the acting municipal manager, about the state of Mafube Local Municipality. Ke batla go tlhalosa bagaetso gore re tshwenyegile thata re le puso ka seemo sa masepala wa rona. Jaanong ka gore ke tiro ya kantoro ya Mopresidente go coordinate different state departments, re tla tshwanela gore re elevate some of the issues that were raised during our briefing. They are quite concerning because they speak to our ability or inability to render quality services to our people. Now, we must be a government that is able to fundamentally alter the circumstances under which our people live. We must be able to be a government that continues to render quality services to our people. And the state of Mafube local municipality is a reflection of a debilitating state of local government in our country. And we've made a vow, and we are making this commitment to you as civil society, that we are indeed going to be in touch with the Premier of the Free State. We are also going to be interacting with the Minister of COGTA on some of the vexing issues that have been raised during our interaction. I had an intention of going to town about the presidency of G20. But when Ntate Baloyi stood here, typical communicator, he elected to steal the limelight and explain what the G20 presidents that South Africa is holding encompasses. But let me take this opportunity to just take you a bit further than that. G20, which is a group of 20 countries, was meant to be a group of 20 countries. As you know, it is constituted by a group of 19 largest economies in the world, including the EU and the AU, which became a member during the 18th summit, which was held in New Delhi in India during the G20 presidency of India. G20 was initially established as a response to what is now called the Asian financial crisis, where Thailand decided to devalue its currency relative to the dollar. And 5 Asian countries, as a result, were negatively impacted because they decided, 4 others decided to follow suit. And as a result, their foreign exchange reserves were depleted. G20 was established in 1999 to respond to this Asian financial crisis. It was initially established to be constituted by ministers of finance and governors of central banks. It was later upgraded as a result of 2008 global economic crisis to be constituted by the heads of state. As I said earlier, it is comprised of the largest economies of the world. In fact, its composition accounts for 75 or 85% rather of the world's GDP. It accounts for 85% of the global trade and the 2/3 of the world population. So we are quite honored to be hosting the G20 for the first time in its history. The African continent is hosting the Leaders Summit we've already indicated that there has been quite a number of activities that would lead up to the Leaders Summit. This typology of events include events such as a forum for ministers of finance and central bank governors, interministerial or ministerial working groups comprising of G20 ministers, Parliament through the speakers of Parliament. We've already indicated that there is also what we call B20, which is reflective of business. There is also Y20, which is constituted by young people. It's important that the event as let's say ahead of the G20, because we want to place the lived experiences of our people at the center of global discourse. G20 is a preeminent forum for global economic cooperation. Many of us may ask, but how does this G20 assist us? How does it assist a young person in Mafude? As I said, it was initially meant to deal with microeconomic issues, but its mandate was later expanded to focus on issues such as trade, climate change, the digital economy, and many other aspects of economic development. We have elected to use this G20 to advocate for Africa agenda, for the African agenda and the agenda of the global south. Because, notwithstanding the fact that Africa is the second largest continent by population and by far one of the continents that is endowed with mineral resources, it only accounts for between 3 to 4% of the share of the global trade. I've already indicated that the G20 in its composition accounts for 75% of the global trade. Africa only accounts for 3%. Earlier on, there's a gentleman who spoke about the digital economy and the need for us to ensure that we upscale access to universal broadband. There are 2.6 billion people in the world who have been excluded or who do not have access to the internet. Now, we know how the internet continues to connect people in vast cities and vast towns, vast rural areas. We see this digital divide as a function of the inequality that the G20 seeks to address. We also want to, or we will also be using this G20 to advocate for the reforms in the global financing architecture. When the World Bank and the IMF were established in the mid-40s, in the aftermath of the Second World War, it was established through a platform that was created by the United Nations. At the time, the United Nations were accounted for only 38 nations. So you must know that there's a need for us to fundamentally reform the what we call multilateral development banks. For instance, the IMF has a voting quota which gives better voting rights to countries with larger economies. We see that as an anomaly, and we see that as a characteristic of the current inequalities that we continue to experience in the world. We want these multilateral development banks to be able to develop their lending capacity to insulate low-income countries from unsustainable debts. We also want to use this G20 to advocate for compliance with world trade rules. We see the importance and the value of the World Trade Organization in facilitating trade amongst nations, but particularly in making sure that disputes that are trade related are resolved. We want to use this G20 to implore on the World Trade Organization to ensure that our trading system in the world continues to be rule-based. We also want to use G20 presidency because Africa and the global south bear the brunt of climate change more than anybody in the world. We are advocating for a just energy transition that will culminate in quality financing and ensuring that communities whose economies are heavily reliant on fossil fuels are not left behind, and that there is a share of opportunities, particularly work opportunities for those communities. You have aptly raised concerns about, and I'm trying to veer off from G20 because I think that we've spoken a lot about it and that we've covered a lot of areas on G20. There's a concern raised about land restitution. You will remember that one of the first pieces of legislation to be promulgated and accented to by President Nelson Mandela was the Land Restitution Act. And this was in response to the Land Act of 1913, which saw the disposition of land by the erstwhile government or by the erstwhile regime. Disposition of blacks from ownership of land and the placing of ownership of the vast majority of land in the hands of the minority. So we know that there are backlogs with respect to land restitution, and we want to use this platform to continue to commit government that we will make sure that these backlogs are attended to, that these cases of land restitution are attended to, because by not attending to them, we are excluding the majority of our people from making a meaningful contribution in the mainstream economy. But we are also contributing to the landless challenges that Africans continue to suffer from. We are quite encouraged by the participation of all government departments here. Earlier on, we saw young people recite beautiful poems about South Africa the resilience of our democracy, the resilience of our democratic institutions, the government of national unity. When Tate Baloyi took to the podium, and I'm not going to repeat the mistake he made, he cited one country in Central Africa where there are challenges, the outcomes of an election. This is not the only country. And that is why we must be grateful for the fact that when the African National Congress lost its parliamentary majority, the ANC did not elect to stay in power in spite of the will of the people that was pronounced through an electoral outcome. We elected to lead a process that saw us engaging 9 other political parties represented in the National Assembly to constitute a government of national unity. This government of national unity was never meant to dilute ideologies. It was never meant to dilute ideological positions of political parties that are represented in government. We knew that these ideological positions will continue to exist. But we elected to place the interest of our people above our partisan interest. Because we believe that in any democracy, the will of the people must be upheld, restored, and respected. And so we know that there will be challenges. The first major challenge that we had to go through was on the budget. Many countries who have had a similar outcomes, and we are not talking about developing countries, we are talking about advanced countries in the world, have taken more than a year to constitute government. But because of the maturity and the resilience of our democracy, we constituted a government in a month's time. This is reflective of the endurance of men and women who have elected to place at the epicenter of our national discourse the interest of our people and not narrow political interest. We said earlier on that we know that the faith in our government institutions continues to decline. Raisi batho ba fela pelo ka ntlha ya dilo tse di diragalang mo pusong. Bonwenwe go senya tšhelete ya puso, go sa dirise tšhelete ya puso sentle, go sa ikarabele ko bathong, makhanselara a rona sa bitseng dikopano, boeteledipele ba rona ba ba sa batleng go interacta di communities tsa rona when there are problems. But we are restoring local government through the white paper on local government to address the gaps that exist in the system, because we are acutely aware that these challenges that we continue to face in local government will culminate in people's faith being, for a lack of a better word, dwindling as a result of our inability to demonstrate ethical leadership. So we thank you on behalf of the presidency that this G20 dialogue was able to ensue without hindrances. I'm told that the municipal employees wanted to engage us on some of the challenges that are confronting them. Please pass on a message to those employees that through their mayor, through their speaker, through their municipal manager, through their chief whip, and through some of their councillors who were present at the briefing, we hear their cries. We sympathize with them because we are told that one of the challenges that the municipalities faces is the inability to pay salaries on time. We sympathize with them. We will elevate this matter to the Minister of Culture. We'll engage him. We'll also engage the Premier of the Free State, as I said earlier, and we will make sure that these issues are attended to. This is the time for Africa to shine on the world stage. Can we please take advantage of the opportunities presented by the G20 presidency to make sure that South Africa leads this march, to make sure that Africa, as a continent full of potential, growing youth population, which constitute a democratic dividend, continues to shine.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister in the Office of the President. Now I'll hand over to the Speaker to come and give us a vote of thanks.
Ha ke lebohe ke hlompha nako ke tla ba short empa ha ke qale ke dumedise the community e ntseng hore letsatsi lena le be successful. Program Director ke tla o fa 95%. Thank you very much. Uh, 5% you throw at a time and respect nako. Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, he's still here. The Deputy Minister in the Presidency, I'm going to Comrade Kenny. The Deputy Minister from the Presidency, Member of Parliament, former Member of Parliament, Mayor of Mafube, Chief Director from G20, valued stakeholders who are here. On behalf of Mafube Municipality, I would like to pass my words of gratitude for all who took their time to be part in this very important event. Batswadi baka ba Mafube na Mahadi, Frankfurt, kere ke a leboha ntelo senya nako ke hlompha the elders di se di lapile bonkgolo mamtlou nako e se re sore mitinyane mosotho o re ha enye boko kaofela ke ne ke re ho lona the stakeholders. My last thing gore re na le announcement ya prayer the stakeholders tomorrow Manena Mahadi Hall. I thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Madam. Bombele bontate, ereking kem na hore. Fela